Bom dia a todas as pessoas
Good morning
que estão nos
to
assistindo.
everybody
Nós
who's
estamos
watching
aqui
us.
hoje abrindo o terceiro
We're
dia
opening the
do
third
seminário
day
que está sendo
of our
realizado pela
seminar,
Escola
which is
Superior do
being
Ministério da
organized by
Mulher,
the
da
Higher
ONU Mulheres
School
e
of the
vários outros
Prosecution
participantes de
Service,
apoio
UN
na
Women, and
temática
several
do
other
orçamento
participants.
para gênero,
Our topic is gender
integrando as
budgeting,
perspectivas de igualdade
integrating
nas finanças públicas.
the equality
Nesse
perspective in
terceiro
public
dia do
finances. In
evento,
the
que está
third
sendo
day of our
um grande
event,
sucesso, porque
which has been
estão
very
sendo debatidos
successful
esse
because
tema
we're
de uma forma
debating this
bastante
topic
profunda,
in depth
técnica, com
with
especialistas, com a
technical
sociedade
details,
civil,
with
com
experts,
agentes
with
do
civil
governo,
society,
da
with government
academia, das
agencies,
escolas de
with
governo, das
universities, and the
organizações. É
government
muito
schools.
plural, muito
Therefore, it's a very
importante. E estamos
diversified
considerando como
event,
um marco
and
no
we
no
consider it
debate
a
dessa temática.
milestone
Por isso
in
que
the
nós convidamos
debate
a todas as
of
pessoas
this
que estão
topic.
nos
That's
lives nos
why
assistindo
we've
no
invited you
YouTube, com
to
as
watch us on
traduções, para
YouTube. We have
acompanharem os
translation
painéis que
available
estão se
so that you
realizando
can
hoje, que
follow
serão
the panels
realizados
that we will
ainda
have
nos
today.
próximos 2 dias.
And we will have
Divulguem
2
também
other
o evento
days
para que
of the
possam
seminar.
acessar e ter informação
Disseminate
de uma
this
temática tão
event to
importante
others
para o
so that
Brasil, para a
we
América
can
Latina e para o mundo e para
raise
todas as
awareness
pessoas
about the
aqui
topic in other
representantes
areas.
de vários
Here we have
lugares que estão
representatives
fazendo uma
from
conferência
several
bastante relevante
places.
com a visão do
We
Parlamento
will have a
Europeu
vision
sobre essa
first of the
temática
European
e
Parliament on
esse
this
importante
topic
evento que está sendo
in our
realizado
international conference.
realmente está
And
congregando
this
ações de
event
várias
brings
instituições
together
para ter uma
actions from
visão
different
mais
institutions so that we can
com
have a
maior
more
profundidade
comprehensive
e até
perspective, a
eficiência na
deeper
discussão aqui
perspective
no
of the
Brasil
topic,
da temática do orçamento sem
so that
cidadania.
we can actually
Hoje nós
focus
vamos
on
ter
gender
duas
budgeting.
conferências,
We
né?
will
Uma
have
pela
2
manhã e outra
conferences,
pela
one
tarde,
during the morning and one in
apresentação
the afternoon.
de mesas
And
de
after
debate,
that, we
onde
will have
alguns
panels.
especialistas também
We've
para
We're
discutir
bringing
essa
experts
temática. Nós
to
vamos
discuss
começar
the topic with
o
you.
dia de
We'll
hoje com uma
start our
conferência
day with an
internacional
international
sob o
conference.
título O papel
The
do
title
Parlamento
is The
Europeu na
Role of the
Análise do
European
Orçamento de Gênero
Parliament
no
in
Orçamento da União
Gender
Europeia.
Budgeting
Teremos aqui,
in the budget of the
para
European
palestrar
Union.
sobre essa temática,
To
num
speak
período
about
de
this
aproximadamente
topic
30 minutos, né,
for approximately
representante do
30 minutes,
Parlamento
we have a
Europeu,
representative
Kai
of the
Tegetov.
European Parliament,
Prazer
Kai
tê-lo aqui
Tegetov.
conosco.
It's a pleasure
Agradecemos
to
também
have you
por uma
here today.
grande honra
Thank you
ter a
for
visão
your participation.
técnica,
It's an
a
honor
visão
to have
parlamentar
your
do
technical
Parlamento
perspective, a
Europeu nessa
perspective
temática
of
do
the
orçamento sem cidadania.
European Parliament
Kai
about the
Tegetov
gender budgeting.
é deputado do Parlamento
Kai
Europeu
Tekatov
e
is a
membro
member
da
of
Comissão de
Parliament. He's a
Orçamento
member
e
of
relator
the
do
Budget
Regulamento
Committee, and
Financeiro
he's the
no âmbito do
rapporteur for the
Parlamento.
financial
É uma
regulation
pessoa
in
que
the
tem
European
experiência de
Parliament. He's a
trabalhar no
person with a lot of
Parlamento, de
experience working in the
discutir e
Parliament. He
trazer essa
holds several
temática
discussions
também
about
para
this
uma
theme
atuação na comissão
in his
como
work
relator do regulamento financeiro. Nós
in the
sabemos que
Financial
o
Regulation
Parlamento
Committee.
Europeu já trabalha
We
essa
know that the
temática, né, do
European
orçamento
Parliament has
sensível a
been
gênero,
working on
tanto é
this
que
topic of gender budgeting for
o
some time.
presidente do parlamento,
The
que não
vice
pôde estar aqui com a
president of the
gente,
parliament,
também
who couldn't be
representado
here with
pelo
us today,
deputado
he's
Kai,
very well
ele
represented
também
by
é o
the member of
relator
parliament.
do
He's
orçamento
also
sensível a gênero
co-rapporteur
aqui no
of the
âmbito
gender
do parlamento,
budgeting
portanto, nós
project
teremos uma
in
visão de
the
quem
European
está
Parliament.
trabalhando
So we
nessa
will see
temática
the
como um
perspective of
campo
somebody
também
who is working on
referência
the
para todos
topic.
nós,
And
que é
this
o
is a reference
Parlamento
for us all,
Europeu. Na
which is the
sequência,
European
nós vamos
Parliament.
ter ainda
After
pela
that,
manhã um
during the
painel
morning,
muito
we will have
importante
a
que vai
panel
discutir orçamento
discussing
sensível a gênero no
gender
Brasil,
budgeting in Brazil,
monitoramento,
monitoring,
avaliação e controle.
evaluation,
Os
and control.
especialistas vão trazer a sua visão
The
sobre essa
experts
temática,
will talk about this
sobre a
topic,
mediação da nossa
and the
querida
mediator
Luciene
will be
Pereira, que
Luciene
está aqui
Pereira.
acompanhando e também é coorganizadora do
She's also
evento.
here
Nós
with
teremos
us, and she
como
organizes the
expositores
event with us.
Sérgio
The
Pinheiro
presenters
Firpo,
will be
Úrsula
Sérgio
Pérez,
Pinheiro Firpo, Úrsula Pérez,
Joana Simões de Melo
Joana
Costa,
Simões de
Gilda
Mello
Cabral,
Costa, Gilda
Nemias
Cabral,
Albert e Alice
Neemias
Roquette.
Albert, and
A
Alice
mediadora
Roquette.
vai, no momento
The
da abertura,
mediator
apresentar
will
os
introduce
expositores, os seus
each of the
currículos
speakers,
e
their
estabelecer a dinâmica
bios,
deste
and
painel.
she
Para não
will
monopolizar
mediate the
aqui muito
panel.
do tempo agora, também anuncia que
Without
nós reiniciaremos
further
após
ado,
terminar essa primeira fase dos debates, das
after
conferências, das
finishing the
exposições
debates
que estão
and
sendo
the
realizadas
presentations that
no
we
dia
will
de hoje,
have
nós teremos
today,
outro
we
painel
will have
aberto
another
que se
panel
iniciará
this
às 15 horas,
afternoon
uma
that will
conferência.
begin at 3
Então,
p.m.
após
It's
encerrar
an
essa manhã,
international
nós te
conference. So
chamamos a
after
participar no
we
evento
conclude this
no
morning,
período da
I'll
tarde.
call
O
you to
iniciamento
participate
já
this
vai ser no
afternoon. We
dia
will
às
have
15
other
horas
panels
e
starting
vamos
at 3
trazer
p.m.
toda
in
essa
Brazil.
discussão tão
And we will
importante para todos
continue
nós que
this
estamos
important
aprendendo
discussion
muito
for us all.
e
We're learning a
precisando
that, and we're now aware of new issues that were shared with us by the speakers. And we will be discussing the budget in the federal level, the states, the municipalities. We'll talk about successful experiences in Latin America, and we will hear from an expert from the European Parliament. So once again, thank you very much for your availability to be here, Kai. Several people are watching us through YouTube and other platforms, and afterwards, this will be made available. The presentations will be made available to the participants, and you now have 30 minutes to speak, and we can even extend the time a bit more. Thank you very much once again for this possibility of having you and for this support from the European Parliament. And thank you for being here today with us.
Yes.
You now have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to start by thanking Escola Superior do Ministério Público da União and United Nations Women Brazil for organizing this extremely timely and useful event. Unfortunately, as introduced, my colleague Nico Stefanuzza, who was meant to participate in this exchange with you today, is unable to join due to technical issues and has asked me to send his sincere apologies for this. My name is Kai Tegethoff, a fellow member of the European Parliament. I also sit with the Greens EFA group, and I am a colleague of Niku's on the Parliament's Budget Committee. Thank you for the invitation to represent the European Parliament and to speak about the work we are doing there. I hope my talk will be useful and also inspirational for your further exchange following up on this. It's an honor to be here today and to talk about the work the European Parliament has undertaken to integrate gender into this decision-making and in particular into public finances and into the EU budget. I will try to present the work that has been done and that we will also continue to do in the European Parliament in the current term. The promotion of gender equality in the Union is a treaty obligation for the Union and also for its institutions. That obligation clearly also includes financing. I am personally very committed to promoting gender-responsive public financing and believe that we should put the money where our shared values are, and therefore the right public financing decisions are a key element to reducing gender inequalities. I think our starting point is very clear. The EU budget has the potential to contribute significantly to gender equality in the EU, and that potential right now is not yet being fully utilized. We have a lot of work ahead of us, but some of it has already been done by the colleagues in the previous mandates, especially in the last and the 9th parliamentary term of the European Parliament, which ended just last June. As said, like Nico, I am one of the members of the Committee on Budgets in the European Parliament during this now following 10th parliamentary term that started just 3 months ago. The Greens EFA group is committed to doing our best to move this agenda forward. For those of you not so familiar with the decision-making in the EU, which is rather complex and often very technical and complicated, in a very simple manner. For today's purposes, we can just say that the budget of the Union is agreed between the Council, which is the representatives of the member states, and the European Parliament based on a proposal by the European Commission. And the Commission, again, is basically the government of the European Union. As you can imagine, there are many priorities and constraints that need to be taken into account in this exercise that is extremely time-consuming, but I can proudly say that the element of gender has been present for a long time and is slowly gaining more and more importance. The European Parliament's status as the only directly elected EU institution representing EU citizens in budgetary processes also gives us a particular role in advocating for more funding for horizontal priorities such as gender, but also climate and biodiversity. Since a long time, there was a clear political commitment from EU institutions to implement meaningful measures to enhance gender-responsive budgeting. I would say the first milestone was achieved in
E o
2013.
primeiro marco foi atingido em 2013,
When the agreement on the
quando
long-term budget of the
o
EU,
acordo
basically
para
the
o
multi-annual,
orçamento de longo prazo,
I'm sorry, I'm hearing
perdão,
something. continue or?
I'm
So,
sorry, it was an interpretation glitch. I'm sorry.
Okay,
It's been
no problem.
corrected.
Okay,
Please go
no
on.
problem.
You can continue, please.
Since a long time, there was a clear political commitment from the EU institutions to implement meaningful measures to enhance gender-responsive budgeting. I would say the first milestone was achieved in 2013 when the agreement on the long-term budget of the EU, this is called the Multi-Annual Financial Framework, or short MFF, was complemented by a joint declaration that stated that, and now I quote, "The European Parliament, the Council, and the Commission agree that the annual budgetary procedure applied for the MFF 2014 to 2020 will integrate as appropriate gender-responsive elements, taking into account the ways in which the overall financial framework of the Union contributes to increased gender equality and ensures gender mainstreaming." End of quote. So, however, this was never really implemented. Moreover, the Commission's proposal for a new EU long-term budget, this is the MFF for 2021 to 2027, which was presented in May 2018, did not mention gender equality mainstreaming. The European Parliament was deeply dissatisfied with the lack of progress and the sidelining of the issue in the Commission's proposals. In the resolution assessing the proposal, it expressed this in very clear terms. Now again, I quote the Parliament resolution. So, regrets that despite the joint statement on gender mainstreaming annexed to the 2014 to 2020 MFF regulation, no significant progress has been made in this area, and that the Commission took no account of its implementation in the MFF midterm review, deeply regrets that gender mainstreaming has been completely sidelined in the MFF proposal, and deplores the lack of clear gender equality goals, requirements, and indicators in the proposal on the relevant EU policies. Calls for the annual budgetary procedures to evaluate and integrate the full impact of EU policies on gender equality and gender budgeting, and expects a renewed commitment by Parliament, the Council, and the Commission to gender mainstreaming in the next MFF and its effective monitoring. Again, end of quote here. So, between the presentation of the proposal for the long-term budget and the negotiations between the three institutions, the political landscape unfortunately changed radically because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The situation highlighted the clear gendered nature of the crisis and how essential women's jobs are. It became obvious that the gendered impact of the crisis will impact the policies of recovery as well. The analysis of the situation formed a campaign called Half of It, initiated at that time by a German Green colleague of mine, Alexandra Gese, who was also one of the standing rapporteurs in the Budgetary Committee for gender mainstreaming in the previous mandate, and who was a driving force for this progress. The introduction of the initiative says, again a quote, "The coronavirus crisis has hit all Europeans hard, but its economic impact is hitting women harder than men. While at the beginning of the crisis, women's work in hospitals, childcare, and supermarkets was appreciated with applause on the balconies and public declarations, they are still dramatically underpaid. Women are now losing their jobs at a much faster rate than men, many of them in client-facing sectors like tourism, events, hotels, restaurants, retail trade, different forms of therapy, and many others which have been particularly affected by the crisis. Women carry out the bulk of the additional unpaid work arising from closed schools and childcare facilities, sick family members, and closed canteens." End of quote here again. So, at the same time, and likely linked to the political pressure, we saw a renewed commitment from the Commission, so basically from the government of the European Union, towards gender equality, also following the election of the first female Commission President and the first gender-balanced College of Commissioners. So, more or less, it's the first female Prime Minister and cabinet with gender parity. The commitment was clearly on policy level, namely from the Commission's EU strategy for gender equality for 2020 to 2025 included a commitment to improve gender mainstreaming in the budget process, notably by developing a methodology for tracking expenditure on gender equality, which was soon followed up by the Council. So this is the body made up of the member states of the EU. The Council called on the Commission to develop gender budgeting as a key tool to close gender gaps and ensure gender-sensitive responses to the COVID-19 pandemic and other crises. And most importantly, members of the European Parliament demanded a renewed commitment by the EU to implementing gender mainstreaming and effective monitoring of the relevant expenditure among their priorities for the next EU long-term budget. And during the negotiations of the MFF in the summer and autumn of 2020, members relentlessly defended the inclusion of gender budgeting in the legal acts. As a result, in December 2020, the Parliament adopted the MFF agreement, which successfully included gender equality mainstreaming in the EU budget. We claim this also to be one of the successes of the negotiations with the Council. As a result of Parliament's efforts, the interinstitutional agreement accompanying the regulation, which sets out more detailed rules and provisions for the long-term budget, included a provision requiring the European Commission to develop and apply a methodology to measure gender equality relevant expenditure at program level no later than beginning of 2023. Ms. Rouquette, who is in the panel taking place afterwards, will explain the details of this whole methodology. But the European Parliament's efforts did not stop there. So the negative impact of the COVID-19 crisis on women's social and economic situation triggered a societal debate on the urgent need for a gender-sensitive policy response to the pandemic. In this context, the EU established the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the RRF, the EU's biggest financial instrument supporting recovery in all the member states. This was an opportunity to channel extraordinary resources towards measures that take into account the principles of gender equality. But once again, it was not a given. The first version of the proposed facility was equality blind. The Commission's proposal on the RRF regulation, put forward in May 2020, did not include any references to gender equality and did not mention women as a specific social group to be supported. Thanks largely to the pressure from the European Parliament and civil society organizations, including also the already mentioned Half of It action initiated by Alexandra Gese and NGOs, in particular in Italy, the biggest recipient of this fund, a gender dimension was added to the provisions at a later stage of the legislative process. Parliament proposed amendments to the Commission proposal, demanding that the national recovery and resilience plans be prepared in compliance with the principle of gender equality. This was sort of retained in the final text, as the regulation was improved and it recognizes women as one of the social groups worst affected by the COVID-19 crisis. Unfortunately, a gender impact analysis of a series of national plans that list the items that will be financed from the money in the facility show that there's only a symbolic amount of money dedicated to gender equality in the plans and mostly linked to childcare and early childhood education facilities. In the negotiations, and especially in the assessment of the plans, the Commission deemed gender equality to be a horizontal requirement, despite many stakeholders expressing strong doubts on whether the plans were robust enough on that aspect. It's also in this context that the Parliament pushed very hard for ensuring that this obligation was clear-cut in the rulebook on how the EU budget is implemented. This is the so-called financial regulation, the last time when it was open for amendments. The main novelty is included there in Article 33 of the rules and concerns the principles of sound financial management and performance. It states that the programs and activities shall, where feasible and appropriate in accordance with relevant sector-specific rules, be implemented taking into account the principle of gender equality and in accordance with an appropriate gender mainstreaming methodology. In addition, where appropriate again, the indicators used for the spending programs shall be broken down by gender. The updated version was only adopted in the last plenary of the European Parliament, and we still need to see what the concrete effect will be once it enters into force. Especially as the Commission is working on preparing the next long-term budget of the Union, we expect a proposal in a year's time, and we will need to be particularly attentive to this element. So the negotiations on the next long-term budget will take place with a new parliament elected last June, which unfortunately is clearly not as friendly to the concept of gender-responsive budgeting as the previous one was. We see that already in the context of a global pushback against gender equality policy. Gender has become a polarizing issue for the political groups. It is too early to tell, however, what exactly we can expect from this new parliament. From my side, I and we as a group are committed to defending gender equality through the EU budget. To come back to another element of the rulebook, unfortunately, albeit improved in the recent negotiations, the availability of gender disaggregated data linked to the implementation of the EU budget, or more precisely, the lack thereof, still remains a clear issue for informed policymaking. This is one of the challenges that's still ahead of us. Finally, looking inside our own house and our own administrative budget, gender budgeting has been a constant request by members, and we as the Greens group would like to follow up on this, as I believe the European Parliament administration should engage in a full and thorough gender budgeting analysis, and also to encourage other EU institutions and maybe even institutions elsewhere in the world to pursue an overall gender budgeting approach. This would not only allow us to lead by example ourselves, but also improve the functioning of our institution and the well-being of all of our colleagues, including their work-life balance. So I would like to thank you once more for the opportunity to speak to you here and look forward to continue our exchanges in the coming years. Good luck with all your activities in this context.
Kai, agradecemos o panorama que você trouxe aqui para a questão,
Thank you for your overview on the treatment given by the European Union to this issue that began in 2010 to 2018 and going deeper little by little. As in other countries, it is an agenda that advances slowly. There was the interruption by the pandemic, the actions by civil society, and women have been overly affected by the pandemic. They were the first to lose their jobs and to undergo all kinds of vulnerabilities. The European Parliament went very well until 2022, 2023, and now you expressed concern that this topic will be captured ideologically, because we know that the member countries this can cause problems to the advance of this topic. But the advances already achieved may mean that we have reached a point of no return, because when these rights, this transparency, and these advances have already been achieved, I believe that this will drive organized civil society of countries that are already advanced on this topic. And it's important for us in Latin America to realize that this is a topic that affects all countries equally. So we are here beginning to hold this discussion. This seminar this week is precisely aimed at moving this topic forward. And we're very thankful for you sharing the experience with us and seeing that the advances up to the end of 2022, always connecting the gender issues with child care. So it is a view of women. It's not so much about women occupying spaces of power and being qualified for other roles in society. There's always a trend towards linking women's role to childcare and domestic work.
So we invite you to stay with us a little longer, but if you need to leave, we know that we all have busy schedules. Sometimes it's hard to stay for so long in a meeting, but it was a pleasure on behalf of the Higher School of the Prosecution Service, UN Women, and the other entities that have promoted this event. We thank you very much for your contribution that you brought to us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. Unfortunately, I do have to leave, but I hope your panel discussion will bring a lot more valuable insights and wish you all the best. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Agora, como nós já avisamos, né, nós vamos passar
As
para a
we
segunda
said,
fase dessa
we'll
manhã.
move to the second stage of our morning after hearing Ty's presentation. He's co-rapporteur for budget in the European Union, and we will now move to panel number 2. We will talk about gender budgeting in Brazil, monitoring, assessment, and control. It's not easy. It's not easy even for the Parliament, European Parliament. In our country, it's not easy either, but we're contributing with a very deep discussion about the topic. Our presenters are Sérgio Pinheiro Firpo, Úrsula Pérez, Joana Simões, Gilda Cabral, Neemias Albert, and Alice Rouquette. The mediator will be Luciene Pereira. I'll pass the floor to Luciene so that she can explain how the panel will work, how we will have the presentations. She will introduce the speakers. She will control their time. So Luciene will be the moderator. I pass the floor to you, Luciene. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Raquel. Good morning to everybody who's with us in this panel. Good morning to all of the audience that is watching us through YouTube. I'm Luciene Pereira. I'm an auditor at the Court of Accounts in Brazil. In this agenda, I'm the president of the Audit Institution at TCU, and I'm also director for Federal Affairs of the National Confederation of Public Civil Servants. I'm very glad to participate in this panel, and I'm very happy to have been invited. There are several supporting entities, and I'd like to say that it was very interesting to hear the opinion of a member of parliament from the group of Greens. We see that we're all suffering from climate change. He didn't talk about this specifically, but I think Alice might complement what he had to say, and she will be able to address this topic, because we saw what happened in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, in the south of Brazil. We had a climate disaster, and I don't know how much women and other gender groups were affected by these climate catastrophes. I don't know if the university has more data about this, if there are other studies, because the fact is that constantly we have new factors in the area of healthcare, in climate change, and they all affect certain groups. So to what extent are we prepared, the federal government, the states, the municipalities, to actually monitor and assess? Monitoring, we know that this is a very complex activity. The speakers' bios show that we have several experts who will be speaking. We have to work together. It's a very expensive activity. It's not cheap. With this opportunity, we intend to debate this morning all of these measures and what we have to do in terms of monitoring and assessment of the public policies. We shouldn't only focus on gender and race and early childhood. But in the Union, this is very important. The monitoring and evaluation structures are essential. This was very evident in all of the presentations we've heard in the past days, and today the Member of Parliament talked about this. If we don't have monitoring and assessment, things don't happen properly. So we have to have that so that Parliament can actually work. Here in Brazil, the Court of Accounts has to demand more operational audits, has to demand better results and better performance from the public policies. And why is this topic so relevant? As was mentioned, in general, discussions about these topics, usually they're connected to an identity, an ideological agenda. But we need to put things into context. From monitoring and assessment is included in our Constitution in Article 37. This is an obligation of the federal government, the states and the municipalities. They have to assess the public policies. There was also a change in Article 165 that says that these results have to be considered and have to be used as feedback in this process. So we're not talking about any agenda. We're responding to demands from social movements. This is very legitimate. But there's an interest in this topic, and there's an obligation from the control entities, the prosecution service, the Court of Accounts, and others, and Parliament. They have to focus on this issue from the legal and constitutional perspective. So I just wanted to put things into context first. In all of the previous presentations, Monday, yesterday, we've seen that everybody is concerned with the possible discontinuity of these initiatives. In Brazil, we have a constitutional provision, and if we were to have a setback, I think this would be very harmful. It's not simply, a government can't say simply that they don't want to pay attention to these facts. This would be a significant setback. And our parliament members have had several successful initiatives, and we've learned about these initiatives yesterday in a panel that we had. Now, I'd like to call the first speaker, Sérgio Pinheiro Firpo. He's a PhD in economics, and he has a master's degree in statistics, master's in economics from PUC, from Rio de Janeiro. He graduated in economics from Unicamp, and he was a professor in the Department of Economy in the Columbia University and also in PUC, Rio de Janeiro. Currently, he's the National Secretary for Monitoring and Assessment of Public Policies and Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Planning and Budget. Dr. Sérgio, it's an honor to receive you here today in this panel. You have 20 minutes for your presentation. Thank you. I'd like to greet all of you first and greet my fellow panelists and colleagues. It's an honor to be able to speak such an important topic in this event. And as Luciane said, this is a moment so that we can debate the monitoring and assessment of public policies. And this is something that is foreseen in our Constitution in Brazil. Ever since 2019, we have been controlling and monitoring public policies. We have a center called CEMAP for that. And it systematically assesses several public policies in the federal government level. It was created through a decree in 2019. It was recreated last year with a new presidential decree, but it already existed as a committee ever since 2016. So it reinforces the idea that assessment is something that uses different models, and it's regardless of ideological positions. It's something crucial for the Brazilian state so that we can systematically improve the quality of public expenditures by assessing our public policies. Concerning this specific topic that brings us together in this panel, I'll speak about gender budgeting assessment, and I'll give you an overview of CEMAP, the Secretariat for Monitoring of Public Policies. Its mandate, this is the executive secretariat of CEMAP. So we organize, we coordinate different assessments that are performed in the council. The council is made up of 5 ministries. Aside from the Ministry of Planning, we have Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, the Comptroller General's Office, and the Chief of Staff of the Presidency of the Republic. Gender budgeting is not something new in this administration. It's something that has been done for some time. Before beginning my presentation, I brought a few slides to share with you. I want to speak of another perspective. When the member of parliament talked about this, he talked about a certain resistance to identity agendas. And when we have a discussion about gender, we might have certain suspicions that this would be something connected to ideological agendas and identity agendas. As you yourself said, we have a legal obligation to assess these policies and to assess this from the gender perspective, but also from the cross-cutting perspective. This is foreseen in our multi-year budget plan, which is called PPA. So if we're not simply meeting a demand from society, but we're also complying with legal obligations of the Brazilian state. I wanted to reinforce that, and I'd like to say that a gender budgeting perspective can help us to fight against injustices and inequalities that we have in our society for several years, but it can also generate productivity gains that are important so that we can have sustainable growth in the long term for the Brazilian economy. Whenever you reduce discrimination, and when you reduce access to the labor market, access to public policies, access to better pay, when you have discrimination, you reduce productivity of the economy because you don't use all of your productive resources. So it's not simply a matter of social injustice. It's probably a matter that can unify the different perspectives. If we allow discrimination to exist, we would waste human resources that could clearly guarantee better growth for the Brazilian economy.
Having said this, I will share my presentation. Luciene, please control my time, because I've spoken so much even before I began presenting my slides. So you have 15 minutes, Sérgio.
Vocês conseguem ver minha apresentação?
Can you see my presentation? Sim.
Sim, obrigado.
Yes.
Então, vou falar pouco sobre o meu
So
histórico.
I'm going to speak about what's already been done in the context of CEMAP in terms of policy evaluation.
Vamos dar panorama
An
mais geral.
overview,
As avaliações que têm sido feitas no âmbito do CEMAP.
the analysis that are being done in the context of CEMAP, 10 to 15, depending on the year, half of which on direct expenditures, the other half on subsidies. And even when there isn't a specific targeting of a public policy towards gender, if there are gender deaggregated data in the databases, the evaluation, the review will take this into account. Generally, this separation between female and male, it is generally done. A binary variable is used, female, male, men or women, men, women. In some evaluations, we've obtained gender-based results, but also a deeper discussion has been done on the design of the policy. It allows for a deeper analysis, whether it was designed targeting men or women, and the implementation also takes into whether implementation has taken into account gender, and whether results and impacts have been distinguished by gender. There is a list in chronological order of evaluations. In 2019, the National Program on Oriented Productive Microcredit. In 2020, there was a review of the Bolsa Família, the cash transfer program, and the salary bonus, as well as the PRONAF program. The PRONAF was a PRONAF branch dedicated to women with the aim of supporting family farming led by women. In 2021, there was a discussion on how the policy on individual micro-entrepreneurs and the federal networks of universities, federal universities and institutes can also affect men and women differently. In 2022, an evaluation of the ProUni, which is a university credit program. So during the cycle, so we are in the process of beginning the 2024 cycle, 24-25. It started in mid-2024 and will be delivered by mid-2025. One innovation is that last week we held a seminar in Brasilia to discuss methodologies for increasing the focus on race in collaboration with the Ministry of Racial Equality. So we discussed issues related to how our evaluations should also consider race. So differently from gender, the race issue is also affected by lack of collection of administrative data. So the analysis is affected by the inexistence of data, but we are aware of this, so we initiated work so that the Ministry of Racial Equality will start to collect race information as well. So this is important in order to make the evaluations more sensitive to race. It's being done for gender, but starting in the 2025 cycle, we want to establish the race component as well in all our evaluations. Some results. In the 2020 cycle, an evaluation was done of the PRONAF, one of the most successful examples of the application of PRONAF Mulher, PRONAF Women. So women invested the resources in activities already connected to their work routines. By providing incentives to these activities, we increase the visibility of women's work, increasing their capacity to demand more equitable division of gender roles at home. Very often, the division of domestic chores, it is argued that domestic chores affect the capacity to enter the workforce. So it's very interesting to see that when you alter this dynamic through providing credit for family farming, through the labor market, you are able to affect family roles, especially those involving care and housework. So the two policies need to be joined, they need to be coupled. It's not only about division of domestic chores, but also allowing for recognition through women's work, thereby creating more equitable role division at home. In 2021, regarding individual micro-entrepreneur, we were able to detect signs of reductions in gender differences, but the economic participation of women remained below that of men, and unemployment among women was also higher. There was a reduction, but the gap is still significant. Also, a review of the Federal University Network in 2021. In these networks, it was found that women's entry in higher education in 2011, looking at women in the past, who entered higher education in the past, you still find that they are earning lower salaries than men. So even in spite of all the effort made to promote women's entry in higher education, salary differences still remain based on gender, in spite of the increased access of women to education. Another point is the invisibility of the female condition in higher education as one of the risks associated to the policy for student assistance by the federal government. So this assistance for more vulnerable people to be able to access higher education did not take into account that pregnancy, for instance, can affect women's capacity to remain in higher education. So this was one of the findings of the review. Finally, a review in 2020 on the salary bonus. I will begin with graph 7, showing to the left, showing the difference between men and women's participation by salary bracket. So this bonus, which grants one minimum wage to workers earning up to 2 minimum wages. So yeah, they have to earn between 1 and 2. There is a period that the worker needs to be in the formal labor market, but more important is the salary bracket. But we see that women are overly represented in the lower brackets, up to or between or up to 1.5 minimum wage. They are underrepresented actually in the brackets between 1.5 and 2 minimum wage. There is a slightly higher number of women receiving the bonus, but so 52.8% women, but most women are concentrated in the lower brackets. So of the total of women beneficiaries, all women receiving the bonus, 64% earn up to 1.5 minimum wage. Regarding the impact that the policy has on formal employment, it's a very small impact. And this might have been the main result of the salary bonus. One of the main results of this policy would be to increase formalization. The rationale is to reduce the cost of labor for companies, very similar to the payroll onus reduction. But this is a policy targeting 17 sectors, specific policy. But in the case of the salary bonus, it's a bonus. It's as if the company, you are allowing companies not to have to complement the salary. It is paid, it's a bonus paid by the Brazilian state. So it entails a reduction of the cost of labor. It is important for workers for lower wage earners. The rationale is to reduce the labor cost. But these types of policies have a potential to reduce informality, especially when they target workers that are more likely to be in the informal labor market. When you look at all workers, you don't find effects in terms of increased formalization as a result of this bonus, except
quase que usando estatística a favor de você obter o resultado na hora que você olha no gráfico.
Except when you look at graph 13,
a partir do sexto ano de matrícula,
and you see an effect starting in the 5th year, the person is eligible for the bonus. And it's for women that earn up to 1.25 minimum wages. So statistically, it's a significant effect. but it's not very significant.
das mulheres, que de fato é diferente do resto da população, ainda assim é muito fraco.
It's still very weak, the effect. So this is a policy that is not focused on women. If we had a specific policy for women, maybe this would be better. But we assessed the results in any case. And we saw that the impact was different in men and women. That's where I'll stop. This was my presentation. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak about the evaluations that we conducted in the federal government. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you for being so punctual. You kept to your allotted time. You didn't exceed your time. I just want to ask you a question. And this is something that calls our attention. The president of the Court of Accounts participated in this opening session of our event, and he said, you can even find this in the webpage for the TCU, the audit units have to systematically incorporate gender equality in the control activities. This has been done in operational audits that the court has been conducting ever since 1995. We have incorporated this dimension to auditing since then. But this is even broader. Because of the budget guidelines law, we have some provisions on funding, loans from agencies. So you have to have a gender perspective in the budget guidelines law in Article 130. So it's only natural that the work conducted by the TCU, focusing on this guideline from the multi-year plan and the budget guidelines law, so we will now focus more on gender equality, racial equality, early childhood. This is all included in the multi-year plan. And what is my question? In 2021, we worked on the governance indicators. We had the budget indicator. We worked with the federal administration. There was a decision even about this. And there's a point of concern. With this requirement from Constitutional Amendment number 109, that all of the agencies, all of the government authorities, we have the public autonomous agencies, they have administrative independence. All of these agents have to conduct monitoring and assessment of strategic planning. We know that this is a complex work. It requires qualified staff, and it's not cheap. We tried to see how the executive branch was doing this, how the Ministry of Education, with 156 different units involving autonomous agencies, how were the institutes doing this? How would the Ministry of Education's budget work? How would we monitor the budget? Centralized tools are important. The National Secretariat has a centralized agency and department. And do you have offices in the ministries to provide support, or do you only work through the Secretariat? Do you have a sophisticated impact analysis? But the teams will start working and start demanding information from different departments. And our budget is already limited. How will we avoid the budget from being consumed with these actions? Because we have a demand to meet. For instance, we had a museum where there was a fire. but there was a cutback in the budget for the National Museum. So how is the Secretariat structured? And how do you coordinate with the different ministries so that you can work together? I saw that you have had a consultancy service by experts from planning. So how are you coordinating the different ministries? And how do you do this coordination with the centralized department and agency? That's a very important question. We don't have this type of organization that you just described. We don't have a centralized entity for the federal system to monitor and assess the policies. We've tried to create this system. First, we conducted a survey to see if other ministries had monitoring and assessment departments. So we have secretariats and departments in some of the ministries, but not only in the Ministry of Planning, in other ministries, we have monitoring and assessment efforts to assess the policies that they conduct. The self-assessment efforts, these are crucial so that we can quickly correct course, especially in terms of monitoring in the implementation of public policies that might not be being implemented correctly. So quick assessments that allow us to check if we are having the expected results, if the products are being delivered. Impact analysis is sometimes very time-consuming. And then we have an executive assessment that takes a look at the design of the policy, the implementation of the policy, if it's being effective or not, if the budget is actually being executed according to plan. And the impact assessment is also done. But if we have these assessment departments, that's important, even if there's some type of overlap. This might be seen as inefficient, but it's important to have some type of coordination for these actions. And that's what we want to create. We want to institutionalize that. And we have to have a legal framework for that. We have to create a federal system for assessment. At the same time, we have the states. They also assess and monitor their own public policies. Right now, the Undersecretary, Wesley, is in a meeting with Conceplan. We have the state planning secretaries. They're all discussing the creation of a system, a national system for monitoring and assessment. So the states work together with the federal government. We have this concern. We have to have some type of self-assessment, but this overlap should be coordinated so that we don't have duplicated work being done. Thank you, Sergio. I'll now call Dr. Ursula Perez. She's a PhD in economics by FGV São Paulo. She's a professor of undergraduate courses and postgraduate courses in public policy management, and she works in the University of São Paulo. She's a researcher from the Study Center of Metrópole from the University of São Paulo, member of the Women's Budget Network, and of the Extraordinary Council for the Federal Budget, which was called Special Committee, and she was Undersecretary for Planning, Budget, and Management in the Municipality of São Paulo. Dr. Ursula, it's an honor to have you here. We're very happy to have you here. I had access to your study, and I believe that you will give us a lot of insights about gender in the urban spaces, and other aspects. You have 20 minutes to speak. Thank you, Luciene. It's an honor to be here, to be able to hear these different presentations that are so important to us. I heard the Member of Parliament, I heard Sergio. We've had discussions for some time. We have discussed our frustrations with planning and budget. I'd like to greet all of you who are in this panel, people who I admire greatly. And obviously, we will have a high-quality discussion because of our panelists. I'd like to share my presentation on the screen. I think it worked. Can you see it? I'd like to start my presentation listing a few of the topics that I will address. It's very important to have this discussion today because the discussion about gender budgeting and race as well, the cross-cutting agendas, these are important discussions for any country, and a country such as ours, in which we have historical inequalities. I agree with what was already mentioned. This is not simply an identity agenda. This is an economic agenda, a social agenda, but it's especially an agenda promoting advances in a country that is very unequal. I'll focus on some basic aspects of this inequality that we have in Brazil, and I will discuss our processes in this area. We have had a lot of progress, but several setbacks as well, and I will talk about the instruments and assessments, the assessments that we want to have in the area of gender-responsive budgeting. I'd like to begin with these figures. These are recent figures. They were aggregated by SEBRAP and BCD, and it's data about inequality, gender and race inequalities, and regional inequalities in Brazil. We have to understand that these inequalities, when we consider different public policies, and here I'm talking about illiteracy rates among the population ranging from 15 to 64 years of age by gender. So you see that this inequality happens in all of our regions, but it's not the same in all of the territories. And it's not the same when we compare men and women. We see that we have a different situation when we compare the northeast of the country, the southeast of the country, the south, the Midwest. These are different inequalities, inequalities that affect men and women differently. And when we look down here, we see that there's a different impact in the Black population and non-Black population. When we understand these data, and then when we understand that this affects our possibility of increasing our productivity, of having better human relations, it's impossible to imagine that we will have full social and economic development if we still have such illiteracy rates in all of our territory in Brazil. In this other graph, you see more interesting information. This shows that between 2022 and 2023, we had an increase in average earnings among different groups. It's a good scenario, but when we take a look at this increase in pay and salaries, when comparing men and women, we see that inequality is still persistent. We see that men still earn more than women, and Black men earn more than Black women, 3 times as much.
So it's impossible for this not to affect the distributive and redistributive and allocation policies in our country if we hope for equal distribution in our country. So on this slide, we see that the gender discussion is not recent in Brazil, and the agenda for construction of gender policies has been going on for some time, but it moves back and forth. If we think of the feminist movements in Brazil, we've had feminist movements during the military dictatorship. They participated in the 1988 Constitution with a gender agenda as a rule for public policies in the country. This discussion, which was supported by CEFEMIA, feminist organization, in the year 2000, resulted in the establishment of several women's secretariats in the different federative entities, and they worked on the construction of plans. This process moved forward incrementally, but we had a setback with Constitutional Amendment 95 establishing an expenditure ceiling and also the effects of the COVID pandemic. On the other hand, we've had important advances by women parliamentarians at the National Congress and also multilateral organizations such as UN Women and UNESCO. And last year, we advanced towards the construction of a cross-cutting federal agenda and also plans in states and municipalities. So it is an agenda that requires a lot of persistence, a long time, because there are steps forward and steps back. We grow incrementally, but we need to persist as a society so that we can advance appropriately. We haven't been able to advance as much as we would have hoped for. When we think of this process, when we think of the budgetary triad, they've also been in place for a long time. So we've had, in the multi-year plan 2004-2007, we had specific programs. We had a concern with indicators, gender-based indicators, also different budgetary laws, budgetary directives laws with proposed reports and specific budgetary reports and cross-cutting budgetary reports, focusing not only on gender, but other areas as well. We also had national plans for women's policies, different plans with different targets. And now, the construction of the cross-cutting women's agenda in 2023, in addition to the sector plans in states and municipalities. So it's not that we did nothing along these years. We did a lot. We have done a lot. But all these instruments, the budgetary instruments in the budgetary triad and the national plans, they didn't always talk to one another.
Nas políticas alocativas. E isso é uma questão importante,
porque is an important issue because a systemic view is very important. So you need to think of a gendered budgeting and how it can be more effective in reducing inequalities. This cannot be focused only in one ministry or one municipality or in a single policy or in a single government. It's a discussion that needs to be systemic and constantly evaluated. There are relevant issues that we need to understand. The cross-cutting agenda is a very powerful instrument. if we are to build a gendered budget, but this implies power disputes, because to discuss a budget is to discuss power, and to fight for budget is to fight for power. So within our scarcity, we need to decide what is going to be done and what is not going to be done. So in a systemic evaluation, I need to allow this discussion to be made, even though we were not able to do something systemically. We have been working and we have the tools to do so. Do we have information in all areas and all levels? Not yet. As Sergio said, we have areas with more information than others. And this is a concern, because without this concern, we will not pursue information. We need to obtain information to fill gaps that will help strengthen public policies. We will have to report gender and race information in the territory, taking into account different schooling levels, different economic brackets, and with clear targets for inequality reduction, so that we can all collaborate in controlling this information internally in the government and externally through the Court of Accounts or through civil society working in the process. Another important issue in the dispute for power is to think of the players that are playing a relevant role in this process, because we have these two groups of players. We have the spenders, the areas that need to spend in order to deliver the public policies, such as education, housing, health, etc. They need to spend. The guardians are the administrative levels that control the spending. So this is finance and planning, and their role is to ensure budgetary balance. And these areas generally fight each other. The construction of democracy is about organizing this dispute for the good of the country. The areas that deliver policies need to think of what are the resources needed to deliver, in dialogue with the area of the guardians. And the guardians have a view that the budget is important and reducing inequalities is important for the country. Otherwise, we will build a budget that is worried about other levels of balance that will not take into account the race agenda, the gender agenda. So the dialogue between these two groups is very important, clarifying their objectives and how we can build together a decision-making committee composed of women from the areas that determine the spending and women that are from the guardian area. We need a balanced and diverse view in all areas of the budget, because there are different views, and I need to take into account the different views in order to build something that will be systemic and that will have its results in terms of reduction of inequality measured and evaluated with the contribution of all the organizations involved, such as the Court of Accounts and others. So thinking of a monitoring and evaluation system, it is important to remember that the territory matters. So inequality in the Northeast is different from inequality in the South, in Bahia, or in the interior of Minas Gerais, or on the coast of Rio de Janeiro, Espírito Santo. The territory matters, gender matters, race matters. So we need to work on building a systemic agenda that will identify target audiences,
focalizados da nossa política, numa
the
construção
targets
de
of the
planejamento
policy,
estratégico
in
que vai
building
estabelecer
strategic
metas
planning that
para
will
como essa
establish
política de gênero
goals
e gênero e raça precisa ser
for the gender
trabalhada e
and
programada.
race
Então, um
policy
orçamento
to be
sensível a gênero, ele não
programmed
pode estar
and
pautado em simplesmente olhar o que a
implemented.
gente já faz e dizer
We
que a gente
cannot
está
simply look
gastando
at
com
what we
mulher,
are already
ou com
doing
a
and saying
criança,
we are
ou com a
spending on
população
women or
negro
on
indígena.
children
A gente
or
tem que ir
on
além de ver
indigenous
que a
and
gente
black
está fazendo, mas a
populations.
gente não
In
está fazendo,
addition,
mas
we need
deveria
to
estar
do,
fazendo
we need
para
to
reduzir
say what we are
desigualdade.
not
Então, é
doing
mudar o que a
and should
gente
be
usa
doing
um
to
orçamento de uma
reduce
maneira mais
inequality.
tradicional, para um
So
orçamento
rather than using a
estratégico,
budget
que mostre o que a gente
in a
faz e o que a
traditional
gente
manner, we
deseja
should use it
fazer. E que essa
strategically,
meta seja
showing what we are
compartilhada
doing
pelos
and what we
vários
wish to do.
prestadores, né,
And
com a
the
sociedade civil,
goals should be
de
shared
forma
between the
geral, para que a gente
spenders and the
consiga ter
guardians and
resultados.
society at
E para
large so
além
that we
disso,
can
né, na
achieve
nossa
results.
angústia e ansiedade de
And
sempre saber
in
o
our
custo desses
constant
programas,
anxiety,
para
we
poder
need to be aware of the
compará-los,
cost
para
of these
poder tomar
programs in order to
decisões
compare them
evidenciadas e
and make
engajadas da melhor alocação de recursos
decisions
possível, né?
regarding the best
Lembrando
possible
que essa é uma
allocation.
construção
This is an
interfederativa. Ela não é uma
interfederative
construção do
construction.
governo federal.
It is
Ela é uma
not a construction
construção
of the federal
dos
government.
três níveis de
It
governo, dos
involves the
diferentes
3 levels of
poderes
government
envolvidos nos
and the different
governos, para
branches
uma
involved
construção de sociedade que
towards the
possa ser
construction of
plena
a
e
society
conjuntamente.
that can
Muitas
be equal
políticas
together.
sensíveis a gênero dependem
Many
dos
gendered
estados na
policies
saúde, na
depend on the
educação, na
states
habitação,
in
no
health,
saneamento,
education,
dos
housing,
municípios,
sanitation,
também nessas
and
áreas,
also depend
na
on
área de iluminação pública,
municipalities
na área de limpeza e
in the
conservação das
areas of,
cidades,
say,
transporte coletivo.
urban
Não dá para
cleaning,
pensar
collective
políticas de gênero
transportation.
sem pensar
One cannot think
deslocamento
of
nas
gendered
cidades, sem
policies
pensar
without
a
thinking of
localização de
transportation in
equipamentos, o
cities
trabalho e a
and
casa, e como que essas
work,
políticas
domestic work,
permitem
and
o
how these
tempo
policies
de mulheres chegarem, conseguirem
allow
trabalhar e também
women
cuidarem
more time
dos seus
to
assuntos
get to
pessoais,
work and
dos
to
seus filhos, dividindo tarefas, né,
address their personal
com outras pessoas da
needs
família e
and
outros responsáveis, e
share
como é que isso impacta nas
housework with
políticas
other
das
members of the
cidades, dos políticas
family,
urbanas.
etc., and
Então,
how this
essa é
is
uma
related
construção
to
que
the urban
depende de
policies and other policies. So it's a construction that
dialógico entre a
depends
União,
on
Estados e
dialogical
municípios e como eu vou
relationship
pensar
between
recursos e fontes de
federal, state,
financiamento
and
para esse
municipal levels,
orçamento
thinking of
com metas
funding sources
execuíveis,
for the
com
budget
prazos,
with
não metas infinitas,
feasible
metas
targets,
com
not and
prazos
with
para ontem,
deadlines,
né, para os próximos 2
deadlines
anos, para os próximos
for
3,
the
4
next
anos. Essa é uma
2
área
years, for
que
the next
ainda é
3,
muito
4 years.
baixamente
It's an
coordenada
area that
comparativamente a
is
outras áreas
poorly
que a gente
coordinated
sabe que já
compared
avançaram
to
há mais
other
tempo e
areas that have
décadas, mas a
advanced
gente precisa sistematizar
more in the
uma
past decades. But we need to
coordenação que
systematize and we
trabalhe com os
need to
dados
put
que
in
já
place
existem, que
coordination
possam
that
ser
works with existing
divulgados,
data,
né, e dialogados entre as
data
três
that
esferas para uma
can
construção
that is already
conjunta.
available to the 3
E, por
levels in
fim,
a joint construction.
eu acredito de fato
And
que um modelo
I
avaliativo, né, de
truly believe
monitoramento
that
sistêmico e interfederativo
systemic
precisa
and
ser
interfederative
comprometado
monitoring
pelas três esferas e pelos
needs to
diferentes
be the object
governos.
of a
Se a gente
committee
não
of a
tiver
commitment
o
by the
agente
3 levels and
político
different
de cada
branches.
governo,
If we
os
don't
agentes
have the
políticos e a
political
sociedade civil
agents and civil
envolvidas com esse
society
compromisso, a
involved
gente
in
pode
this
ter
commitment,
tecnologia, instrumentos técnicos
we might
e
have
evidências
technical
e boa vontade
tools,
técnica, mas a gente
technology,
não
and
muda
goodwill,
essa
but
construção
we will
sistêmica
not
para uma construção
change
real
the
implementada e
systemic
equânime.
construction
A gente
to
precisa
a
de um compromisso
real,
político para
concrete
reduzir desigualdades nesse
systemic
país.
implementation.
Desigualdade de
We
gênero e
need
raça
to
estão aí no
reduce
topo
gender and
da
race
nossa meta, né,
inequalities
de
in
futuro
the
para um país
country.
mais justo, mais
The
equânime.
priority, our
Era isso, eu
priorities
agradeço
for a
muito aqui a
more
oportunidade de
fair
fazer um
and
diálogo
equal
com
country.
todos.
Thank you
Obrigada.
so much for the opportunity.
Obrigada, doutora Úrsula,
Thank you,
também pela
Dr.
pontualidade,
Ursula,
cumprimento do
for
prazo.
your
Me sobrou ainda
punctuality.
minutinho para fazer
There's still 1 minute
comentário aqui, né?
for a
Porque no
comment.
início, quando nós
In the
estávamos
beginning, when you
pensando esse
were
evento com a
thinking
Raquel,
of and
Samantha,
designing this event with
Samantha,
Raquel,
que são da
Samantha,
área jurídica
from
do
the
Ministério
legal
Público, a gente foi
area
pensando uma
of the
semana,
prosecutor's office,
inicialmente,
we
assim,
were
pensando,
thinking of
mas
a
a
week
gente vai ter agenda aí
and
para uma
thinking,
semana, a gente vai ter tema para
are
uma
we going
semana,
to have
né? E
topics to
aí a
discuss
gente
throughout a
dizia,
whole week?
não, a gente precisa ver
And
esse ponto, a
we
gente precisa
said,
ver aquele ponto, a gente precisa
we need to
conectar
include
os
this
pontos. A
point and
doutora
that point. We
Úrsula
need to connect
chama
all
a
the dots.
atenção
And
disso, que é
Dr.
importante,
Ursula is drawing
e se nós
attention
olharmos a
to how
programação, que é
important this is.
fruto
And if you
de
look at the
uma
program, which is the
compreensão, um
result of
apoio
a
muito grande
A lot of support from the Federal Prosecutor's Office through the school and the pedagogical coordinator, Dr. Samantha.
This was possible because they were sensitive to this. They understood that this is an important debate, and the solution for these issues, there's no silver bullet for that. We need to work in different fronts with different entities, with different aspects of public administration. Yesterday, we focused on taxation, a part of the budget aspect. Today, we'll cover another part of the budget. And you might think, why is it that the prosecution service is involved with this topic? The prosecution services fights against crime, corruption. We focus on human rights. We focus on the efficiency of the public administration. These are specialized areas. I wanted to highlight three aspects that are pillars in our Constitution. And when we're able to have the perspective that this debate about gender budgeting is yet another instrument of the identity agenda. And by doing that, we will even avoid setbacks. It's important to look at the Constitution and identify the tools, not only the tools that we've mentioned here, but in other panels. But everything has to be based on our Constitution. Our foundation is citizenship and dignity of individuals. These are the foundations of the Republic. And this fits into several things that Dr. Ursula said and Sergio said. In Article 3, we have the fundamental objectives of the Republic. They're not always used as a basis for these actions, but it's important to reflect about them. The prosecution services uses these concepts a lot. We want to eradicate poverty and reduce social and regional inequalities. The first graph in Dr. Ursula's presentation fits into this perspective. So actions based on this fit into this fundamental objective of the Republic. I have to look at that graph based on this article, and the actions will be based on this article of our Constitution. It's not something that we want to do. It's the obligation that we have, whether it be the prosecution service, the justice system, also external control entities, the executive branch, and also civil society. Nobody is doing any favors. We're not prioritizing a group as opposed to another one. We're trying to implement and enforce our Constitution. Our Constitution will just turn 36 next month. And we have to have actions to promote the good of all without any type of discrimination. And in Article 5, we have the rights and fundamental guarantees. Men and women are equal. And if you take a look at the statistics, it shows us that we have a lot of inequality. Are we going to simply watch this happen? So these initiatives, we can't have any setbacks because these initiatives are making these fundamental rights concrete, the fundamental rights that are foreseen in Article 5 of the Constitution. And we have the Minister of Planning. She's very engaged. She's a very dedicated woman. She has a history in Congress. She was part of the Women's Caucus in Congress. She has a clear commitment to gender. We see this very clearly, but she has some constitutional obligations as well. I'd highlight Article 164 of the Constitution. It says that the federal government, states, and municipalities have to work together on the fiscal policies. This is a reality. Our challenge in external control, in the universities, in the prosecution service, in the judiciary branch, in parliament, in society. Our challenge is to find a way to make public policies more efficient based on our social and economic reality, so that we can have powerful results from these investments. And that's why it's so important to have this panel. In your ministry has the potential of leveraging the means so that we can become more efficient. And if you have to give and feed back this information to the prosecution service and to the Court of Audit so that we can help you. There's a limit to taxation. So we have to have a limit to spend as well. And the public debt has an impact on this segment of the population. I have to consider the fiscal side, and I also have to consider the social side. Dealing with social policies humanizes people, because when you're talking about 7 trillion in terms of public debt, these values become very relative, and 100 million reais makes a difference in a public policy in the front line. So I wanted to put things into context and explain why the panel is so important. This panel shows the resources that we have to invest so that we can reach the front end, so that we can provide better public policies. Dr. Ursula's presentation is very much aligned with what we thought about when we planned this agenda for this event. Having said that, I will now call, so that we can continue our event, I'll call Joana. She's also here. She's from the executive branch. Joana Simões de Melo Costa. She's an economist. She's a PhD in economics from PUC Rio de Janeiro. She's a researcher from the Applied Economic Research Institute ever since 2004. She's a professor from ENSE, IBGE, ever since 2022. She's a director of the Department of Monitoring and Assessment of the Secretariat of Assessment Management, Information Management of the Ministry of Development and Social Assistance, Family and Fight Against Hunger. She works in assessment of public policies, economics, labor, and gender inequalities. Joana, thank you for being here. Once again, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Thank you, Luciene. I'd like to greet the Superior School from the Prosecution Service, UN Women, and the other organizers of the event. It's an honor to participate not only in this event, but also in this panel, which is a very qualified panel. I'd like to say good morning to the panelists and to our audience as well. I'll share my screen. I'll make a brief presentation. I think you can see my screen, right? I'd like to begin by talking about the place where I come from, my position here. I'm here as Director for Monitoring and Assessment in the Ministry of Development in SAGICAD. SAGICAD is the Secretariat for Management, Information Management and Assessment. It's a union of SAGI and the single registry that we have in the federal government. SAGI was established, it's a secretariat that coordinates the monitoring and assessment system in the Ministry of Social Development. It was established in 2004. We exist for 20 years in the Ministry of Social Development. This secretariat was very important for the assessment culture in the ministry. It's important to highlight that the monitoring and assessment system that we have in the ministry is not conducted only by the Secretariat. SAGE has the role of organizing and coordinating this process, but it's a process that is done together with the other secretariats. Our activities are middle activities, intermediate activities, and without the collaboration of core secretariats that organize the programs and the policies in the ministry, we would be unable to have a monitoring system in the ministry. I just wanted to say that we have the role of coordinating this work, but it's a joint work. It's a collaborative activity that we have in the Ministry of Social Development. I will talk about monitoring and assessment systems that are sensitive to gender and race. We are creating this collectively. We have a working group for assessment and control. We coordinate it, but it has the participation of other secretariats. We have focal points for monitoring and assessment, and they're distributed all over the ministry. They're working on different programs. And in this working group, we are revising our monitoring and assessment policy, and we're discussing gender and race. This is one of the agendas we're covering. It's important to say, as Sergio mentioned, this is not a new topic for us. At the end of my presentation, I'll try to show you how our system has a few different characteristics focusing on gender and race, but we have room for improvement. In spite of not being a new topic, and in spite of the fact that we have monitoring and assessment activities that are sensitive to gender and race, Sergio talked about different studies that were conducted. We also have our own studies in the Ministry of Social Development, focusing on gender and race. But there is room for improvement so that the system can be even more sensitive to race and gender. I wanted to say this to give you some context of what I will just present. The first thing I want to show you, why am I talking about gender and race? In order to do that, I will do the same thing that Ursula did. I'll give you some figures first so that you can understand the inequalities in the country. I'll focus on the labor market indicators to illustrate these inequalities. But we could talk about gender and race inequalities in schooling levels, as Ursula said, and in other areas, in healthcare and in others. But when we take a look at the participation of women in the labor market, we see a major difference between men and women. I showed the difference not only between men and women, but we also have to take a look at racial differences. The first two bars depict white men and black men. We see that their participation is higher than that of women. The green bar represents white women, and the blue bar represents Black women. So we see that this difference exists, and Black women are 2% lower in terms of participation when compared to white women. So there's strong inequality. It's important to say that this group of women, it's not homogeneous. We have inequalities among women, and it's important to show these inequalities. When we analyze other indicators from the labor market, we make this more visible. The inequalities become more evident among women. Here you can see inequality between Black and white women. Here, this is the unemployment rate and the informality rate. Unemployment rates follow the same pattern as the previous graph. So in blue, you see white men, orange, Black men, green, white women, blue, Black women. So you see that we have higher unemployment rates among Black women. When we take a look at the informality rates, we see the same standard once again. When we take a look at white and Black women, we see that Black women have higher informality rates. even higher than white women. And this depicts that access of Black women to the labor market is even worse than for white women.
Another important topic that comes up is the topic of care. And so this indicator is important because it shows how the care work is related to participation in the labor market. As already mentioned, Luciane also mentioned this in the morning, the issue of care and also the pandemic. Sergio mentioned results of the PRONAF, family farming program. But we have a question. What is the reason why the person has not pursued a job? What is the main reason for the person being outside the labor market? And when we look at women in general, we see that among white women, around 27% of white women did not look for a job, did not work because of domestic chores. So this is a barrier for the productive inclusion of women in the labor market. When we look at Black women, 35% of all Black women did not enter the labor market, did not look for a job because of domestic chores. It's a very high proportion of women who do not look for work because of domestic chores. For men, the percentage does not compare to that of women. And we see again that this is a barrier for women and a difference. There's a difference. The situation is worse for Black women. So it's important to look at these inequalities and to talk about race and gender. That's why in my presentation, I talk about race and gender. I also wanted to discuss the importance of a monitoring and evaluation system. We are a sectoral ministry, and we rely on the work of SAGE since 2004. So we've had 20 years of construction of a monitoring and evaluation system here at the MDS. What is the relevance of this, the importance of this? When we talk about such a system, we need to understand that monitoring and evaluation activities are ultimately about improving the design of public policies and designing them in a more efficient to be more efficient. A good monitoring and evaluation system also entails transparency of public management. And so at MDS, we have developed several informational tools, producing indicators for several programs, even programs that have been concluded. But you can access these indicators at different levels, not only at national, but municipal level as well. So if a municipality wants information about the Bolsa Família program, it can obtain the data and conduct analysis for the locality. So it's important to have a monitoring and evaluation system to ensure transparency and accountability regarding expenditures. In addition to informational tools and publication of indicators, we have several studies that have been conducted in the past 20 years, including ongoing studies that will be made available on our website. And this is very important to ensure transparency. All this helps to ensure efficient spending and public policies that will reach their goals more efficiently, so that we can allocate expenditures in public policies and reach exactly where you want to reach. And this is the scenario of public policies informed by evidence. They will change, they could alter the design of programs according to information and evidence that comes from the evaluation studies. And so we arrive at a scenario where evidence informs public policies thanks to a monitoring and evaluation system that is well consolidated and a system that is sensitive to gender and race means that the improvement in the design of public policies will take into account gender and race sensitive issues. We are talking about design that takes into account gender and race. And we can talk about transparency of public management and use of public resources that will reflect to what extent inequalities related to access and the publication of such information. When we talk about efficient spending, if the system is sensitive to gender and race, we will have more efficient spending to fight inequality, gender and race inequalities. This means that public policy will be informed by evidence, indicators, and studies that are responsive to gender and race. We are not talking about identity politics. We are not talking about empirical evidence. It's not about ideology or identity politics. We are talking about public policies and discussions and constructions of public policies informed by empirical evidence that is responsive to gender and race. Regarding the characteristics of the system, last week the Ministry of Planning conducted a seminar to discuss race-responsive policies. And so I'm going to talk about the team, the composition of the team, monitoring indicators, and then I'll talk about evaluation. So the team that comprises the monitoring and evaluation system would ideally have diversity and be representative of the groups that we're talking about in order to ensure diversity, a diversity perspective. And also in terms of training and qualification, we want a team that is informed in gender and race issues. And in terms of monitoring indicators, we need to disaggregate data by gender and race. In addition, we need to question whether there is something that we could measure in the policy or program or in the diagnosis. Are there any indicators that reflect gender and race issues? So, indicator of use of time, we've talked about the work of caring for relatives, for family members. So in addition to disaggregation by gender and race, we need to discuss structural issues and to what extent are we able to measure and transform this into monitoring indicators. When we talk about evaluation, we want results and impacts of evaluation studies to be disaggregated by sex and race so that we can assess the different results. And this applies to diagnostic evaluation, implementation evaluation, impact evaluation. And the evaluation questions should be sensitive to gender and race. Are there any questions that I'm not asking that would help make an issue more visible regarding race and gender? A discussion about universal, quote unquote, universal policies. But what I mean to say is that these are policies not targeting gender and race specifically. At the ministry, we don't have specific gender and race targeting policies. Should these policies have a monitoring and evaluation system that is responsive to gender and race? We know that public policies are built in a context where there are structural inequalities. So when a public policy is not responsive to gender and race, it can reproduce structural inequalities. So it's important that in the monitoring and evaluation, there needs to be a focus on gender and race so that we can understand whether it is reproducing inequalities. Are there any characteristics that can be changed so that it will not reproduce structural inequalities? Should it be complemented by balancing policy in order to avoid reproduction of structural inequalities? And so the analysis that will determine whether these questions make sense or not, and whether they are based on empirical evidence, we will have this answer if we have a monitoring and evaluation system that is sensitive to gender and race, allowing the mainstreaming of race and gender perspectives in the reformulation of the quote-unquote universal policies, and so that we can mainstream gender and race aspects in the policies. Now coming to the MDS. The MDS has some characteristics that indicate it is sensitive to gender and race. Could we improve this? I have 3 points: team, indicators, and evaluations. Do I still have 5 minutes? Everyone is being so punctual. I don't want to go over my time. Yes, you have exactly 5 minutes.
Então, quando a gente conduziu aqui, né, como eu estava explicando para vocês,
as I was explaining, the team responsible for the monitoring and evaluation of the system of MDS, there are focal points in the secretariats and programs. So we conducted a quantitative interview. We prepared a questionnaire in partnership with Sergio's team from the Ministry of Planning. The idea is to replicate the questionnaire in all the ministries. So in addition to the census, we prepared a questionnaire together with Ministry of Planning and IPEA to capture and help us review our own system. We included certain questions related to profiles. So 2 questions related to profile to illustrate the diversity of the team. It's something we need to address. When we looked at these focal points for monitoring and evaluation here at the MDS, we see that in general there is a balance between men and women. When we look at experience, who's been here for less than a year, who's been for more than a year, you see there's a difference. So among the most experienced, we have more men, suggesting a certain rotation of women in the team, turnover of women. And we see here differences in terms of race color. In blue, people who self-declare as white. So we don't have the diversity that we could hope for in our team.
Em relação aos indicadores, né? A gente tem, eu vou mostrar aqui para vocês, ilustrar pouquinho, que a gente produz sim, né, indicadores que trazem esse recorte, né? Então, se você
that are gender and race sensitive. So one of the most frequently used tools here is the VIS data with information on several policies. And so I selected here the BPC by race, color, and sex. So the single registry, it provides visibility to important groups that are not visible in other statistical databases. So we are able to collect information on quilombola communities and indigenous communities. And so we are able to take a deeper look at the race issue.
Trouxe aqui exemplo para vocês também desses indicadores, né, em relação aqui, que também são indicadores que foram tirados do Visdata. Então, a
that
gente
have been
consegue ver aqui no
extracted from
programa de aquisição de
Visdata.
alimentos, né?
Here in the
Que os
food acquisition
agricultores
program, we
familiares,
see
né, que
that
fornecem
family
para o PA,
farmers,
a
women
gente fez aqui
family
a
farmers
desagregação por
providing
sexo.
food to the program,
Então,
we
a gente vê
disaggregated
aqui
by
que
sex.
em
So we
2023,
see
a
that in
proporção de
2023,
mulheres
the proportion of
que
women
estavam entre os agricultores familiares
among
fornecedores para o
family
PA
farmers
superou
providing
aqui
food
a proporção de
for the
homens.
program
E aqui está em relação ao produto
exceeded that
rural.
of
Então, aqui
men.
também
And here,
a diferenciação dos beneficiários por
rural
sexo. A
credit.
gente vê aqui
So the
também que no programa
beneficiaries
Fomento Rural, também aqui em
distinguished
2023 teve uma
by
proporção
sex. And
maior de
so in
mulheres. Então, aqui
2023,
estão
we had a
exemplos de
greater number
indicadores que
of
trazem
women.
esse recorte, mas aí
So
a
these
lacuna
are
que a
some
gente tem que
examples of
identificar aqui é, será
indicators,
que
and the
algum
gap
tipo
that we
de
have to
desagregação
identify
é
is,
importante? A gente já tem isso documentado e já
have
tem
we
esse indicador lá
documented
visualizado
all
nas
of
nossas
the
ferramentas? Ou será que tem algum
disaggregated
tipo de indicador que a
data,
gente deveria
or
produzir que a
is
gente ainda não
there an
produziu? Então,
indicator
eu estou
that we
mostrando aqui para
should
vocês como a
produce
gente
that
já
we
tem
don't
alguns
produce
indicadores
yet?
com essa
We have
sensibilidade,
some
mas a gente
indicators
está
that
nesse
are
trabalho
responsive
também
to
aqui interno
gender,
de tentar
but we're working
aprofundar essa discussão
internally
e
to
identificar
deepen this
essas lacunas.
discussion and identify any gaps.
Enfim, a gente tem, aí vale mencionar também, a gente tem um ACT
We should also
Ruli, que está
mention
trazendo para a gente um pouco desse olhar, então a gente
that we
acrescentou numa
have
outra ferramenta
another
aqui,
action.
que é
This
o
is another
RI,
tool,
a gente acrescentou uma seção de
RI.
informações
We have a
raciais, e
section
aí, em
on
relação aos
racial
estudos, eu
information,
não
and
fiz uma
concerning the
síntese
studies,
como o Sérgio
I didn't
fez, mas a gente tem
summarize
lá no
them as
nosso site, a
Sergio
gente tem
did, but in
inúmeros
our
estudos que têm
website,
esse
we have
recorte
several
racial,
studies
esse
focusing on
recorte por
race
sexo,
and
mas a
gender.
gente também está nesse trabalho de
But we're
discutir, né,
working
em que
to
medida
discuss
a gente consegue aperfeiçoar,
if we
né, nossas
can
perguntas avaliativas e nossos
improve
recortes
our
para que a gente
questions,
tenha,
our
né, também
questionnaires,
avaliações que sejam mais sensíveis a
so
gênero e
that
raça.
we
E
can
aí só para
have
mencionar pesquisas que
assessments that
estão
are more
em
responsive
andamento
to
atualmente,
gender
que é a
and
avaliação
race.
de
We have
preferência de família,
ongoing
que a gente tem lá em parceria com o PEA, e a gente
surveys.
tem essa
We have
preocupação
a
de
survey
fazer sempre
on
um
the cash
recorte por
transfer
gênero e raça.
programs. We
A
always
gente tem
focus
também
on gender and race in these
duas
surveys.
avaliações
We
experimentais em
have
andamento,
two
que
experimental
são externas e do
surveys
Fomento Rural, que são
happening
questionários que foram conduzidos a
for
campo, que têm esse
rural
olhar, eles têm perguntas
programs.
específicas sobre o uso do
We
tempo,
have
né, que é
specific
uma pergunta que a
questions
gente,
about the
né, já
use of
falou aqui,
time.
é uma
This
pergunta
is a
relacionada
question
muito
that
à
we
questão de
mentioned.
gênero.
It's
Então,
related to
só para dizer que
gender.
a gente tem sim tanto estudos que
So
já foram
we do
realizados, como
have
estudos que
studies
estão em
that have
andamento,
already
que
been
têm essa
conducted and
sensibilidade,
ongoing
né? Mas a gente
studies,
está
and they
nesse
do
momento nessa
focus
discussão
on
de como a
gender
gente
and race.
pode,
But we're
né,
now
melhorar isso.
discussing how we can improve
Obrigada.
these
Desculpa, acho que eu estourei
figures.
pouquinho.
Thank you. I think I exceeded my time a bit. No, you're not. You were talking about a very important topic. You just went over your time in 1 minute, so that's normal. Don't worry about that. Thank you. Joana, this year you said that your system has become more mature. I entered the court 20 years ago, and I always worked in the fiscal area, but I also worked alongside friends who performed assessments in this time, and they always mentioned the quality of the team at the Ministry of Social Development in the assessment area. Gloria, Maria, Selma, other colleagues were mentioned. They do this type of work, and they always mentioned the work that you do in the assessment of the programs. So this type of work requires maturity. You have to be persistent in that activity. Thank you very much for your contribution. I have a few questions, but I'll leave them to the end. I now would like to call Gilda Cabral. She's an economist, a feminist. She's retired from IPEA. She's founder of the Feminist Center for Studies and Consultancy, CEFEMIA, and she's former executive secretary of the Brazilian Forum for Budget. Gilda, we're very glad to have you here with us. You're one of the idealizers of gender budgeting in Brazil. You have been pursuing this fight for several years. It's very important to hear from you. You're an expert, obviously, on the topic, and you said that you want to speak as a representative of civil society movements, and it's important to have space for these representatives in our agenda. So you have 20 minutes to speak about your experience. What did you think we advanced in and where there's any room for progress. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you to the sponsors of this event, UN Women and the Prosecution Service. I'm very happy to be here. I don't represent civil society. I'm a militant, an activist on the other side, working with NGOs and social movements and people in general. It's excellent to speak after Ursula and Joanna. They said several important things. I think you're the ones who are going to put my presentation up on the screen. I ask for some patience while we wait for the slides, and I'll try to keep to the 20 minutes that I have to speak. It's great to speak after Ursula and Joanna because they illustrated precisely the inequalities that we have in our country. When we say that a budget belongs to women, that's why, because women are the ones who are responsible for caregiving and for taking care of the environment and for occupying the public and collective spaces. CEFEMIA is a feminist organization. It exists for 35 years and it has been fighting for better public policies that can promote gender equality and fight against inequalities. I'd like to thank Ursula and Joanna. They already showed all of the data. It's important to understand that things are a lot more simple than we imagine. When we say that the budget belongs to women, it's because that's where women defend the use of public resources. They talk to the mayors, to the communities, and that's where they were able to advance in these indicators and assessments. When we say that the public budget is the best political tool that we have to defend democracy and citizenship, it's because we can only change things with money. It's not enough to have a pretty report. You have to have financial resources to put in these programs. It's not enough to have good intentions. Sometimes a project is beautiful, but you have to have money to change women's lives. And I'll give you a spoiler. Today, we have a proposal. We want more than gender-responsive budgeting. We want more than information and data and reports and political will. We want the budget in our hands. We want to have direct participation in the budget. People have the right to monitor and assess the resources that were allocated to the social segments. So the workers, the poor population contributes a lot, and our tax system is reversed. The poor pay for the rich. So everybody, men, women, everybody has to monitor these resources in the budget. And now I'll speak about the trajectory of CEFEMIA. CEFEMIA is a feminist entity, as I said before. We began our activities in 1989. The Constitution was enacted in 1988. And in the National Council, 5 feminists created CEFEMIA. They came from the National Council for Women's Rights, and it was a very successful initiative. Our constitution, our legislation is very advanced. It's one of the most advanced legislations in the world in terms of gender equality and racial equality. The role of CEFEMIA in terms of public resources and social control It was created based on our experience. What did CEFEMIA do? When the ministers left the Women's Council, we lived in Brasilia, and we continued to put pressure on the Congress people who did the Constitution, but we needed to regulate the Constitution. We had the constitutional provisions, but we had to regulate them so that they could become real in people's lives. In these 35 years, we continue to be a facilitator to promote an understanding of our fight, of the social movements, and we have this dialogue with the parliament, with the public administration. Since we're located in Brasilia, we work like that. So when Congress is debating legislation for domestic workers, it's CEFEMIA talked to the domestic workers and the rural women. They were talking to the people in Congress. So our methodology is based on this, in this dialogue. We apologize. It seems that her internet connection had a problem. We had a problem with the connection. I think she will be back shortly. We're waiting for her internet connection to come back. Gilda, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Gilda, nós perdemos pouco a sua
Gilda, we lost
conexão.
you. Your connection is breaking up.
Bom, a conexão da Gilda caiu.
Gilda's connection, we had a problem with her internet connection. I think she's trying to log back in. Sometimes we have these technical difficulties in online events.
Eu estou recebendo informação de que ela saiu do Zoom.
She left the Zoom meeting. I think she's trying to log in once again.
Bom, ainda nada, né? Bom, eu acho que a gente poderia
I think
passar a
we
palavra
can
para
move
Neemias e depois a Gilda
to the
volta
next speaker,
completo, tá
Neemias,
bom?
and then Gilda
Porque ela tá
can
numa
try to get
área
back
que
to
é
finish her
mais
presentation.
difícil.
She's in a rural area
Tem
of the
essas-
country, and that's why we have this
intercorrências,
problem
a
with
gente
the
não
internet
entende.
connection. We
Bom,
understand.
eu vou chamar aqui o Neemias,
I'll call
porque eu
Neemias.
tive a honra de
I
trabalhar
had
muito
the
de
honor
perto
of
em nossa
working with
equipe,
him.
já adiantando, né? Neemias Albert de
Neemias
Souza,
Albert
bacharel em
de
Economia e
Souza.
Direito, auditor do
He
Contas
is
Externas
graduated
do
in
Brasil
economics. He's an
desde
auditor in the Court of
2012,
Audit ever since
atuação na
2014.
fiscalização
He
do
works
planejamento e do
with
orçamento
planning and budget inspections and
governamentais
monitoring.
no biênio de 21 e 22.
In
Ele
2021 and
representou o Tribunal de
2022, he
Contas
represented the Court of
coordenação
Audit in
de
the coordination
grupos de entidades de
of
fiscalização superiores
a group
que
of
elaboraram
entities
em
of
período
external control.
Gilda, você voltou?
I came back. Gilda, you're back.
Câmara de fato. Você pode partir, então, daquele que
Você
dia
tá com...
no seu filme.
Tá. Gilda, você tá com a conexão
Gilda,
boa ou você
is
quer
your connection
se
better?
organizar e voltar
Do
ao
you
final
want
e falar
to
não?
organize yourself and come back later?
É igual as políticas, a avaliação das políticas públicas.
It's
Vai e
like
volta.
policy assessment. It goes back and forth.
Tá estável
That,
aí
like my
agora?
connection.
Então tá
Eu
bom.
acho que
Vamos
sim.
colocar.
Vocês estão me
Do you
ouvindo?
think it
Então,
will
vamos lá.
work?
Então,
certo.
continue
Yes.
passando as lâminas, que eu vou
So go
falando
to
aqui.
the next slide and I'll speak from here.
Então, pode passar o seguinte, por favor.
Next slide, please.
Então, o CEFEMIA tem essa metodologia.
CEFEMIA uses this methodology in which create this link, this dialogue between different movements and entities and organized women's movements. We had a participation in the Constitution, and we had the participation in the UN social conferences. We had a newsletter, and we were able to reach the entire country through the newsletter. So we were able to talk to different groups of women. But we didn't have as many organized groups. And I highlight Rede Revi. This network was something that we worked a lot on. We weren't working with the public budget yet back then. We were trying to avoid setbacks in our Constitution. And it was a network in which we worked using facts. And now with the internet, it's a lot better. Everybody knew that every Wednesday, Cefemia would send these groups their opinion and their position about what was happening in Congress, who were the parliament members who were against our agenda. And when they got there, women went to the airport and they protested, and this was very successful. We were able to avoid several setbacks, and we were able to guarantee several rights in our Constitution. And how did we start working with the budget? We saw that the legislation was okay. We guaranteed our rights in the legislation, and we had an active participation because of the communication we had and the participation in social conferences. We had Planeta Fêmea, and we had our fight against racism in 1995, and then we worked after the Beijing conference. We expanded our resources.
So in real life, we need money, and so let's go there. So the first step was, that was in 93, 94. So it was to expand resources for the technical area of women's health and for a program to fight violence against women. Today, well, this is not, well, we got there, and what we saw is that we went to the Congress. The Parliament is where we learn about the budget. That's the initial moment where we understand, when we understand what the government wants to do with our money. We only get to know about this at the Parliament. And so, after encouraging participation by women parliamentarians at all levels regarding resources, we observed at the time we didn't have the same access to information we have today. Certain parliamentary offices had access to SIAFI, and we extracted data from there. And so there was no execution, and so our political influence was about getting the money to be spent. And so this was the first action that we expanded greatly. We quadrupled certain budgets, but still with very little execution. That's when we understood that the budget is the best political instrument that we have. So we had to do what we knew how to do, and we could do politics really well. So we wanted to create a political instrument. It isn't difficult. You need to know what a discretionary spending is. You don't need to know all these technical terms. What we need to know is that for the money to be authorized and spent, you can, if you get this, if you achieve this, you improve women's lives. And also, there were other experiences in South Africa and Australia with gendered budgets. But in Brazil, It wasn't only in the reports, in the indicators, as other countries did. In order to change the reality of resources targeting women, we had to do it when the budget was being prepared. And so we brought the women to the streets and put pressure. And what about agrarian reform, land reform? What about land titles for women? And what about the portfolio? And what about the IDs? Because women didn't even have civil registration or birth certificates. So it was really interesting. In order to mobilize people nationally, we relied on the parliament and understanding between parliament, legislative, and executive. So the changes that occurred and that helped to put in place gendered budgeting in Brazil with the fiscal responsibility law, and because all over Brazil, and the methodology that changed with the 2000-2004 multi-year plan, we were able to join planning and budget. So we left behind the national development plans. We joined the two, and there was a mixed commission at the parliament. There was an international conference that made it easier because of the sharing of so many experiences. So after 99, with the reorganization of the Women's Parliamentary Group, also we had more participation of women parliamentaries in the discussion of budgets. And so in Brazil at the time, there were the participatory budgets in 96, the law of family planning, which was never implemented. There was a lot of discourse, but no practical actions. And the commission, the Cruz's former minister, also motivated the female parliamentarians at Congress with the creation of the Participatory Legislation Commission also. And so the third step was to show that in addition to the organization and monitoring and political pressure, because it is a political issue and it's about political pressure. So finally, we had figures on race and gender. The social movement didn't have a clear idea that resources were gendered and were racially sensitive. And so with the women's budget, if it weren't for the Siga Brasil at the Senate, we wouldn't be able to achieve this. And so the women's budget was the first. The official name is Women's Budget, Social Control, and Gender Equality. This budget, the women's budget, it was a study looking at the program, identifying actions, listing the actions, and with the SIGA, information from CIAF, from the Treasury, and so on, we were able to obtain daily updates of information on financial resources. So we were very innovative, and we had official, free of charge information, widely accessible, showing us the resources dedicated to women and directly, indirectly. And so you can show that pavement of a street, of a certain street, can help improve women's lives. So it's not there. So we did this work, and with the national plan, it's important to stress that national plan for women's policies allows the government to prepare a plan, a program, how much money to spend on the program, and How are we going to know what was spent directly? And so we need to label spending. And this was very difficult after the change in the PPA methodology. So the plan made it easier. So also showing the burden on women. When you require too many conditions for women, so pregnant women in the Northeast, they have to walk 150 kilometers to get to a health unit to do prenatal care. How can you require this from them in order to receive the family grant? And why aren't the children vaccinated? All these conditionalities make it very difficult for women. And I have nothing against the Bolsa Família, but the conditions created by the government, and well, this might not be in the best interest of women. It places an excessive burden on women very often. And so when we expanded alliances and CEFEMIA, and we were able to show this, that where the state is present, the burden ends up on women. So we were able to raise awareness of social movements regarding gender and race, the resources, using the same policies. We were able to show how people's lives could be changed. And so the fourth step, in addition to expanding alliances, we are more legitimate or legitimized in the movements within and outside the government. And CEFEMIA is the executive secretariat of the Brazil Forum, and there were regional councils of economists. It was the Brazil Budget Forum was very plural and very diverse. So with the forum and changes and the existence of state forums, we also had, and CEFEMIA coordinated the latest forum here in Brasilia. So in addition to this broader and stronger action of social movements, we also worked in the states, 9 states. I'm very proud and very happy to say, when people say, oh, in Rio Grande do Norte, in Recife, there are still effects of our participation. It's not only the people from the secretariat. You need people from planning. It's no use. We'll bring in people from planning. It was really interesting because people in planning hadn't made the basic question. When you design a policy, you ask yourself, which segment does this target? Does it reach men and women differently? Basic variables, sex. If it's different for men, women, blacks, and whites, it's simple. It's about asking how the money the government is going to spend in this action, in this equipment, in this health unit or school, how does it reach men and women differently, or blacks and whites differently? At the FBO, the Brazil Budget Forum, I'm not going to report the details. You'll find a lot of information on the website. INESC succeeded CEFEMIA in the coordination, but the FBO, at the parliament, the Commission of Legislative Participation, where we review the law on fiscal and social responsibility. At the time, the BNDES changed the name, and so we also decided that not only fiscal responsibility, but social responsibility is necessary. And so a crime of responsibility is committed by a manager who does not take into account the social aspects of the policy. And so they need to determine the reduction in maternal mortality or how many children are going to be enrolled in school. So if a social target is not fulfilled, there needs to be accountability.
So we said, let's reactivate this law. The fiscal responsibility law is a social law because the state needs to have social responsibility. So we have this social control. It exists for a long time. And we have this booklet. It's available on our website. We have several publications available. This one is interesting because it shows indicators. This happened in 2009, I think it was published. And we showed that we had a lot of information. We do have indicators that we can monitor to know how this action impacts the population. I'd also like to highlight this other publication. It's called Women's Budget, a history of 12 years of the CEFEMIA movement. These publications give you details of our work, and unfortunately, in 2012, with the change in the budget methodology, the plan was disassociated with the budget, and the PPA was separated from the annual budget law, and this interrupted our activities, our monitoring activities. Gilda, can you conclude? 5 minutes. 5 more minutes, because you exceeded your time. So please wrap up. 1 minute. I exceeded my time in 1 minute, right? Just to conclude, we understand that once you plan, planning has to give you a perspective of the inequalities. And what we usually say is that the budget cycle from 2012 to 2016, 2019, 2023, we didn't have the participation of CEFEMIA in this area. What we have today, we have the transparency portal. There you can see that we have more money for animal shelters than for women's shelters when you take a look at the budget. So we have interesting instruments that allow us to work in a different manner. The women's budget and Siga Brazil continued, but it no longer has the participation of CEFEMIA. Rita can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is now up to the budget consultants. So we're beginning spring in the southern hemisphere, but not everything is flourishing. And we have so many wars. And why are we talking about threats against democracy, the global setbacks that are happening? And why are we discussing gender responsive budgeting? Because women want peace in the world. Women are the most affected by the new neoliberal system. So defending democracy is not only up to women. It involves everybody. But if you Go to the next slide, please. But if we don't do that, if we don't protect democracy, women suffer the most. And what is the role of Brazil? Because we have a citizen constitution. We have one of the most advanced legislations for gender and race. We have organized civil society, which is aware of these problems and is trying to fight against these inequalities. In Brazil, we have a very advanced data system. And this is disaggregated for gender and race, not only in the household survey, but in the universities. We have a lot of information, disaggregated information per gender and race. And it's wonderful. And we have a legislation that incentivizes transparency in financial management and social participation. And what can Brazil do now? Let's use technology in favor of democracy.
For example,
we have Embrapa. So you go on WhatsApp, and then you ask for a name of a plant, and Embrapa gives you an answer. Embrapa is our agricultural research institution. So we have things in the palm of our hands. So if we don't educate people, if we don't tell people that they have the duty and the right of monitoring the use of resources, then nothing happens. So Brazil has to have more participation from the parliament members. They define the values in the budget, but they don't monitor them. They don't do that part. They don't monitor the policies. And participation in the budget cycle. It's very simple. It's not complicated. We have our programs. We have a report of the budget execution. Every 2 months, it's published on a website. Everything is published. And we even have annexes, accounting annexes. If you have an annex with the execution of the programs that are foreseen in the multi-year plan, then you have access to the information. You have Siga Brazil. You have several systems in the executive branch. But in the transparency site, they don't give you the dates. Since I'm a fan of Siga, I think in Siga we have important information, which is the execution of the remainders to be paid and the dates. And what is most important, now conclude, Gilda, please. It's a political instrument. Next slide. Brazil already did this. Time flies, and we have to act. And the budget is an instrument to guarantee rights. So what should we do? I think we have to review.
I
talked about Siga Brazil. I talked about this report. Since this is a political instrument to guarantee rights, we have to monitor the everyday activities. We have to monitor and follow the money. And you go to Siga, people have to see that this information is in the palm of your hands. And we have to use social media. It's easy to follow the money. You don't have to be an economist. You need to know what happened at a certain day. Your city hall received money to build a daycare center, and you have to check what happened with that money. If you don't do that, as a citizen, this is not only up to women or technical staff that is monitoring all these programs. And we also have the prosecution service in our favor. And to fight against corruption, we have to fight against corruption, and we have to use the budget for that. And we have to bring together the government, Parliament, and society working together on that. Sorry for having exceeded my time. Gilda.
Cabral, assim, eu vi filme passando aqui na minha
I
frente, mas eu
saw
vou
a
falar depois no
movie
final, tá
while
bom?
you were speaking. I
volto
mean,
para esse
everything
tema
you
aqui pra
said,
gente
it was
falar,
like
eu tô aqui
I
empolgada
remember things
e
from the
muito
past. I'm very
animada. Eu
excited
queria
with your
chamar
presentation,
já,
but now I
porque a gente
want to
está com uma
call.
adiantada
We're a
hora,
bit
e
delayed.
embora dentro do script, mas o Neemias
I want to
Albert
call
de
Neemias
Souza,
Albert de
bacharel em
Souza.
Economia, em Direito,
He
auditor do
majored
Tribunal de
in
Contas da União desde
economics and law. He's an
2014,
auditor at the
graduação
Court of
na
Accounts.
fiscalização
He
do planejamento e orçamento
works with planning
governamentais no
and
biênio
budget
21,
monitoring.
22. Representou o Tribunal
He
de Contas da União
represented the Court of
na
Accounts
coordenação de grupo
in
de
the
entidades
coordination of a
fiscalizações
group
superiores, são
of
os
control
pares do
entities,
TCU, né, em outros países,
which are the counterparts of TCU
que
in other
elaboraram
countries,
handbook
and
sobre
they
atuação
prepared a
das entidades
handbook
de fiscalização
about the
superiores
activities
para
of
fortalecer a
these institutions
credibilidade
to
orçamentária
strengthen
dos países.
the budget
Tudo isso que a
credibility
Gilda
of the
disse, será
countries.
que a gente pode
Everything
falar
that
que o
Gilda just
orçamento
said. Can we
tem
say that our
credibilidade? Qual é o
budget is
grau
credible,
de
is legitimate?
credibilidade, né,
What is the
iniciativa
level of
conduzida pelo
reliability of our
Departamento
budget?
de Assuntos
This is
Econômicos e
as
Sociais
an
das
initiative
Nações Unidas, em conjunto com o
the UN,
IBP, que estará
along with
amanhã com a
IBP.
gente, fazendo
IBP will be with us
uma
tomorrow.
conferência sobre a
They
sua
will participate
pesquisa
in a
com
conference and they
a
will show
sociedade,
their
né?
research
Neemias
and their
tem 20
survey with
minutos.
society. Neemias, you
Neemias
have
é
20
grande
minutes.
especialista
Neemias
em
is an expert
planejamento,
in planning.
é uma das maiores autoridades
He's one of the
no
greatest
Tribunal de Contas da
authorities
União e do
in the
Serviço
Court of
Público
Accounts in
Federal,
Brazil and in our public
PPA,
service.
né, em leis
He knows a
orçamentárias,
lot
nos
about the
representou aí
multi-year
nessa
plan
agenda
and the budget laws.
internacional. Eu
He
tive
represents
a
us in
grata
the international
satisfação
meetings.
de trabalhar com
I
ele em uma
worked with
equipe
him in a
e
team,
período em que eu aprendi muito. Neemias,
and I
muito
learned a
obrigada
lot
por
from
você
him. Neemias,
aceitar
thank
aqui
you for
conosco.
accepting our invitation.
Olá, Luciene, agradeço o convite, agradeço as palavras.
Thank you for this
Saudar
invitation,
as parceiras do Ministério
Luciene.
Público da
I'd
União e
like
também
to
ONU Mulheres pela
greet
realização do evento.
UN Women and the
Vou
Prosecution
buscar fazer
Service and
uma
thank them
singela
for
contribuição na minha
the
apresentação
event.
para a temática da agenda de
I'll
mensais,
have a
tendo em vista não só
presentation
a
about
atuação
this
da União,
topic. I'm
como
going to
também dos
talk about
estados e
the activities of
municípios.
the federal government
Agora eu
and the
vou
municipalities.
proceder aqui a
I'm going
compartilhamento da
to
apresentação.
share
Peço
my
que, por favor,
slides.
se está
Please
compartilhando.
let me know if you can see the slides once I share them.
Ok, está compartilhado.
Legal, obrigado.
Yes, we can see
Então,
them.
como eu dizia, assim,
As I
a
said
ideia aqui foi
before,
propor
the idea
tema,
was to
formular uma
talk
proposta de
about
interesse comum e que fosse aplicável ao público
the
mais amplo
topic
possível, tendo em vista
that
as diferentes esferas e
could
atividades de
be
atuação governamental no nosso
covered
país,
by all of these entities that are participating. So
Então, começar aqui com essa imagem,
let me
porque
start
é algo
with
que
this
já
photograph.
refletia sobre
Something that I
a temática
remembered
das
when I
agendas transversais, né?
thought about the
Quando a
cross-cutting
gente pensa em políticas
agendas.
públicas,
When we think
diversas
about public
pessoas, tanto que atuam
policies
na
and when
área
we
como
talk to
também
people
o
about
público em geral,
this
né?
with
É
the
comum essa
public in
sensação, às
general
vezes,
and
de
with
que
others, we
não se
feel
vislumbra horizonte
that people
médio e longo
can't
prazo, né? As
see
pessoas
the
frequentemente
horizon ahead of them. They can't see
têm
what will happen in
dificuldades
the
ou
long term.
frustrações
They
para
have
entender ou
frustrations.
para
They
lidar
can't
com avanços
understand
e
and
retrocessos das
can't
políticas públicas, né?
understand the advances
Embora,
and
se a
the
gente olha
setbacks that we've had in public
estatisticamente,
policies.
a
If we
vida das
take a
pessoas tem
look
melhorado
statistically,
no
we see
longo
that
prazo,
people's
né?
lives
Do
have
ponto de vista
improved
social e
in the
econômico,
long
a
run
gente tem melhores dos indicadores
from the
aí,
social and economic perspectives.
paulatinamente
Our
com as
indicators have
décadas,
improved in the last decades,
mas é frequente essa,
but
às vezes, perplexidade ou sensação de
people
desconforto
still
com
feel
políticas públicas
frustrated,
governamentais
discomfortable with
em
the government
particular, né?
public policies.
E eu quero começar dizendo que o problema
I
das
want to
organizações não é
say that the
nada
problem
trivial,
of
né?
the
Inclusive, em
organizations
geral,
is
quando
not
falamos de poder
trivial,
público, né?
not to
Tem uma
mention the public
máxima de que
authorities.
se
There's a quote,
uma organização não
if
for,
an
não tiver
organization
uma liderança efetiva,
does not have effective
naturalmente o que
leadership,
você vai ter,
naturally what you
por
will have,
evidência, né? Você só tem três resultados numa
you
organização,
have
que são
three
fricção,
results: friction,
confusão e maus
confusion,
resultados, mau
and
desempenho.
poor
Então, essa é a
performance.
tendência
So
por inércia,
this is
por
the
entropia
trend
aí das organizações. E
due
para
to
superar
inertia. And in order to
essa
overcome
sina e poder
this
avançar
problem
no
and advance
melhoramento
so
dos
that we can
resultados entregues
improve
pelas
the
organizações,
results that are
especialmente
delivered
pelo
by
poder
the
público,
organizations,
é necessário
especially by the public
um esforço
authorities, we need
articulado,
coordinated efforts. We need leadership in this sense. As I said, this challenge is present in any organization. And this is also present in the federal government, which has an enormous budget of trillions of reais to meet the demands of 210 million people in Brazil. And that's why it's so important to have gender responsive budgeting. This is one of the cross-cutting agendas. And why do we have these agendas? Why are they becoming stronger in these years? It's based on the demands of society, because of a planning budget management structure that was created based on the government functions. This was structured starting in the 1950s in the United States. We have the typical functions: health, education. And with that, we created boxes, groups, in which planning is important.
However, people today, this image represents Brazilian society. So people have wishes and demands, and they have rights that do not necessarily correspond to these little boxes. And so society is increasingly active, increasingly expecting or expressing their demands in an organized manner. And this comes up against the structure that we have for planning and budget, generating conflicts and lack of understanding among people. But there's a reason for this, because public policies are often designed following a model that will not cater to people's current needs. What is the key topic here? Budgets should reflect the new aspirations of society, and that's where the cross-cutting agendas come in order to overcome the silos and contemplate the social wishes and demands regarding public resources. Now, going over monitoring and evaluation very quickly, because it's already been addressed at length. Monitoring is a continuous process. You need to monitor public policies in order to verify whether the expected services and goods are being delivered and whether the policy is having a positive impact on society as expected. Monitoring is a continuous process, and there's evaluation, a specialized activity that will analyze the merit of the policy and verify whether the policy is justifiable, considering the results, the expected results, as well as those that are concretely achieved. So is the policy able to achieve its targets? Is it aligned and impacts? Is it aligned with priorities? Are there more appropriate alternatives? And so there are these two governance drivers. Both monitoring and evaluation are under the sphere of governance. We can understand governance as leadership over public policies. Management is about the everyday implementation of public policies, putting it into practice. Governance entails leadership. How are we going to direct a public policy in order to achieve the ends desired by society? So from the perspective of leadership, effective leadership needs to be based on monitoring and evaluation. In both cases, we need a planning structure to assess whether the policy is coherent with what has been planned in terms of government action and to ensure minimum coherence among policies. We need to define objectives and targets that are typically linked to results and deliverables, and also important to collect information. Increasingly, the state has information available to ensure governance, it's important
aspecto de tratamento adequado das informações que hoje já são
to
abundantes
provide
em muitos
adequate
casos,
treatment to information which is
analisar
abundant
indicadores.
in many
Então, a
cases,
gente
and
percebe
also
que são
analyze
atividades
indicators.
não se
These
confundem,
are
são atividades distintas, mas que
activities, different
usam muitas vezes de
activities,
insumos
distinct
comuns
ones
e que
that
fazem
use
parte
common
de um
inputs
plano
or resources and are
compartilhado, né, que é o
all
plano da
part of a
governança, da
shared
liderança
plan
em políticas
for
públicas,
governance
né?
and leadership in
E aí
public
a pergunta, né,
policies.
tendo em vista, unindo essas duas pontas que eu trouxe, né?
So,
Tendo em vista a estruturação
having in mind the
gestão pública e
structuring
do orçamento público,
of the public
respeita uma determinada
budget
lógica, né, anterior,
and
e
governance,
as demandas
respecting the previous
sociais mais
rationale
novas
and
e que
also
também são
the
cada vez
newer
mais
social demands that are
trazidas à lume, né? Então, a pergunta que se coloca é o seguinte:
increasingly
as estruturas de
brought to the
governança principalmente
forefront.
que a gente
The
dispõe hoje estão
governance and
adaptadas para
management structures that
as
we have
demandas
available
novas
today,
que
are
são
they
trazidas
adapted
por meio de agendas
to
transversais?
cater to new
Se a pergunta é se essas
demands
estruturas estão
resulting
adequadas,
from
e nesse
cross-cutting
sentido eu trago
agendas?
alguns trabalhos recentes do Tribunal de Contas da
So
União para
some
tentar traçar
recent decisions
panorama,
by
uma
the
visão
Federal Court of Accounts
do
help
quadro atual nesse
provide an
sentido, né?
overview of the
Então,
current
rapidamente,
scenario.
o acompanhamento do plano plurianual foi
So the
decidido pelo
monitoring
Tribunal de
of
Contas
the
da União
PPA, the
por meio do
multi-year
acórdão
plan,
3516, recomendaram ao Ministério Público,
recommending
Planejamento,
to the
e à Casa
Ministry of
Civil que
Planning and
realizasse mapeamento
to
de sistemas
the
de entregas das prioridades governamentais, de modo a
presidency,
definir
the office of the
claramente objetivos
presidency,
esperados, identificar papéis e
that they should
responsabilidades,
conduct a
e
mapping
detectar
of
riscos
the
de
system
vulnerabilidades que
of
possam afetar o alcance
delivering
desses resultados, né?
priorities
E, além
in order
disso,
to
foi
define
recomendado que
clearly the
instituísse
expected
planos de
objectives,
monitoramento
identifying
específico
roles
para
and
verificar cada estado
responsibilities, and
as
also
prioridades e as agendas
the
transversais,
preparation
com
of a
detalhamento de
specific
papéis,
monitoring
responsabilidades de cada
plan with
setor e órgão do
detailing
cronograma e
of
recursos,
roles
com
and
vistas
schedules,
para alinhar esforços,
resources,
evitar
in order to
sobreposições,
align
promover sinergias e
efforts,
permitir a tomada de
prevent
decisões estratégicas por parte dos órgãos de
overlapping,
governo,
and
né?
allow
É
for
claro que
the
ao longo da
taking
semana
of
a gente tem
strategic
visto
decisions. Of course,
iniciativas que vêm sendo tomadas
we've seen
recentemente
initiatives, recent ones,
nesse sentido,
in
nesse rumo que foi trazido aqui
this
no relatório
direction
do tribunal, né? Também,
as
outro
reported
acórdão
by
recente,
the Court of
o
Accounts.
acórdão
Another recent
1913 de
decision
2024, que trata do
of
índice de governança,
2024
sustentabilidade e
on
inovação
governance,
na esfera federal,
sustainability,
né?
and
E que
innovation in
detectou
the
que,
federal
quanto à
sphere,
sustentabilidade social nas
detecting
instituições
that
públicas
as
federais,
regards social
notou-se que o componente
sustainability,
mais fraco foi o da
the
governança, o da
weakest
liderança, né? Com 60% das
component is
organizações
governance,
reportando
with
que se encontram
60% of
ainda no
organizations
estágio inicial
reporting
nessa
that they
área, né?
are in the
Do ponto de vista
initial
da atuação
stages
interna da
in
gestão
terms of their
administrativa
internal
interna para a governança,
administrative
sustentabilidade e
performance
inovação,
geared
do ponto de
towards
vista
governance,
do IESGO,
sustainability,
né, que é
and
esse índice.
innovation,
Por outro lado, as
as
práticas de
measured by
gestão
the index
orientadas a definir um clima
ESGO.
mais prático, decorrentes de reprodução de boas
The
práticas, de gestão adotadas
practices
em outras
of
instituições,
management
fizeram com que o indicador
derived
relativo
from
à
reproduction of
gestão
good
se
practices
situasse
adopted by
ligeiramente
other
melhor, com
institutions
cerca de 40% das
have
avaliações do estágio inicial. Então, a gente detecta aqui um certo
resulted
contraste
in a
entre
slightly
o aspecto
better
de governança
indicator with
da
about
gestão
40% of
administrativa na
organizations
esfera
in the
federal,
initial
se
stage
encontra talvez
at
ainda
the federal level,
menos
and so
avançado se comparado
perhaps
à parte da gestão,
less
efetivamente, né?
advanced
Por fim, acórdão
than
2763 de
desired.
2019
And so decision
se prestou a avaliar a preparação do governo federal para implantar
2766,
os objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável no
evaluation
Brasil,
of
em
the
particular o
preparedness
objetivo
of the
5, que é
federal
alcançar a
government in
igualdade de gênero e
implementing
empoderar
the
todas as mulheres e
SDGs in
femininas.
Brazil, especially as
Então,
regards
nesse
Goal
relatório
5.
se constatou
The
que foram
report
constatadas, né, deficiências de coordenação e
found
articulação horizontal entre os
weaknesses
ministérios, órgãos
in
federais setoriais
horizontal
e
coordination
órgãos
among
de coordenação das
ministries
políticas de gênero,
and
com vistas a alinhar e garantir
also
a consistência das
among
políticas
the
públicas.
bodies in charge of
Não
coordinating
implementação
gender
real ou
policies,
substantiva, naquela altura, da estrutura de governança
non-implementation
transversal
in real or
e falta de
substantive
integração no
terms
processo
of
orçamentário
the
de políticas
cross-cutting
transversais com
governance
órgãos
structure
responsáveis,
and lack of
o que acarreta
integration
transparência
with
sanitária
other
insuficiente das ações
responsible
sobre a responsabilidade
bodies,
de outros órgãos setoriais que concorressem para a
leading
temática, né?
to insufficient budgetary
E a gente pode repreender
transparency.
desse quadro
And what
traçado
we
aqui
can learn
cenário de fragmentação
from this
ainda, né?
is that there is a
E como superar essa
scenario of
fragmentação de ações,
fragmentation
né?
and how to
Aqui eu trago
overcome
textos de
this.
referenciais do próprio Tribunal de Contas da União.
I would
O que é
Here
proposto
I
é o estabelecimento
quote
de
the
mecanismos de
Federal Court of
articulação,
Accounts. So the
comunicação e
proposal
colaboração
for
para resolver aliar
establishment of
estratégias
mechanisms
e
for
operações ligadas
articulation,
à realização de
communication,
serviços e políticas
collaboration,
transversais e
allowing
descentralizadas
for
para alcançar o
alignment of
resultado comum.
strategies and
Então, aqui as
operations
palavras-chave,
and
eu diria,
in the
são
pursuit of a common
articulação,
result.
comunicação e
And
colaboração
I would
para
like to
alinhamento de
stress
estratégias, né?
articulation, communication, and
Além disso,
collaboration
é importante a
for
coerência das
alignment
políticas
of
públicas, né?
strategies.
Aí, buscar um
Also,
planejamento no sentido mais
coherence
amplo, não só
among
daquela política
public
especificamente, mas uma
policies.
visão
whole of government view, so that actions and specific objectives of interventions by different entities will be aligned. Expected results can be achieved and will reinforce one another mutually with positive impacts on citizens. And lastly, a small list, 7 lessons by OECD for gendered budgeting. I have 4 topics here that are more related to the other topics that I have addressed in my presentation. Gendered budget should be incorporated by the central authority in the processes. It must be applied in all stages of budgeting. Data analysis for decision making and collection and treatment of data should allow for informed decision making, so that this provides inputs for monitoring and evaluation, and also the institution of permanent mechanisms in law and in the institutions in order to prevent the risk of interruptions in policies. The conclusion published by the Federal Court of Accounts. It is appropriate to think about the limitation or insufficiency or the undesirability of the government acting in silos. So we could mention that it is no longer admitted that the government work in silos, in boxes. It is crucial to guarantee the coherence of the whole of government and its policies and programs, and to ensure coordination among all parties involved in public policies. Although there is a trend towards specialization and sectorization, the problems are increasingly cross-cutting and multi-sectoral, demanding actions from different players and solutions, and it is necessary to strengthen the center of government. At the federal level, there are bodies such as the Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Finance, and Office of the Presidency. In the states and municipalities, there are government secretariats, finance secretariats, planning secretariats that are responsible for a decision-making and can help overcome the silos and the fragmentation in the definition of public policy, so that we can monitor, evaluate, and deliver to society cross-cutting public policies as hoped for by Brazilian society. Thank you. Thank you. Neemias, you finished a little ahead of time, so we are on schedule without any delays. And continuing with the program, I would like to invite Alice Rouquette. It is a pleasure to welcome you here. And she is a political science and expert in public policy. She works for the European Parliament since 2019 at the Secretariat of the Budget Commission. She is responsible for supervising mainstreaming of gender equality in the European Union budget. She has participated in several events, interparliamentary events on gender budgeting, and is part of the team of the budgeting team of the European Union on gender responsive budgets. It's a pleasure to welcome you. You've had an overview of the situation in Brazil. Brazil this year has approved its multi-year plan for 2024 to 2027, kickstarting formally and legally some initiatives for the mainstreaming of gender and race, and also infancy and early childhood. And this initiative of the prosecutor's office is precisely aimed at providing this overview so that next year we can keep track of the efforts. So if you could please share your experience in the European Union, it will be very helpful for us here in Brazil.
Thank you very much. And hello to all of you. I am honored to be taking part in this conference and to be able to share with you the European Parliament's role and perspective when it comes to mainstreaming gender equality into the EU budget. I'll quickly share my slides. Okay. Can you see the slides? I hope so too. All right. So as you said, my name is Alice Rouquette, and I work as an advisor for the members of the European Parliament who are part of the Committee on Budgets. So as such, I have been working on gender budgeting on both the political side with the elected members of various political groups, such as the one we heard earlier, Mr. Tegetson, and with my colleagues, officials in the European Parliament, as we try to ensure the highest level possible of EU public policy. So I will have to repeat some of the points made by the MEP before, because they are key to what we are doing in the EU. So one of the founding values of the European Union is the promotion of gender equality. As you can see, that is enshrined in Article 8 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, which says, in all of its activities, the Union shall aim to eliminate inequalities and to promote equality between men and women. The EU is also committed to the United Nations 1995 Beijing Declaration and Platform for Actions, which calls for a gender perspective in budgets. And the EU is also committed to the Sustainable Development Goals, which include a specific indicator tracking budget expenditure for gender equality. Finally, the EU has a 2020-2025 gender equality strategy, which also requires the integration of a gender dimension into the EU financial framework. So as you can see, we have a very solid legal basis for the implementation of gender mainstreaming into the EU budget and the activities that this budget finances. But first, what are we talking about when we say the EU budget? So the EU budget is worth around 190 billion euros per year, which means 212 billion of US dollars. This might sound like a lot, but it's actually half less than the annual budgets of France or Germany. And the EU budget is for 27 countries. This annual budget is part of a long-term budget, which is called the Multi-Annual Financial Framework, which lasts for 7 years. For 2021 to 2027, this MFF, Multi-Annual Financial Framework, is worth around 1,200 billion euros. So that means 1,400 billion of US dollars. This is the amount we're talking about when we talk about mainstreaming gender into the EU budget. But to these, we have a special case this time because we had 807 billion euros that have been unlocked back in 2020 to stimulate the recovery of the COVID pandemic. So they come on top of the usual 7-year budget we have, and they are financed through borrowing money on international markets in order to give grants and loans to the member states to finance recovery and reform projects. And as we will see, there is a strong gender dimension into those 800 billion of euros. Everything the EU budget finances is allocated within 7 thematic headings. So those are 7 categories for spending. The first category is single markets, innovation and digital. The second is cohesion, resilience and values. The third is natural resources and the environment. The fourth is migration and border management. The fifth is security and defense. The sixth is neighborhood and the world. And finally, the seventh is European public administration. All of those categories are not worth the same amount of money. The biggest ones are category 2, cohesion, resilience and values, and 3, natural resources and the environment. As I said, the EU budget So all of this together is relatively small compared to the budgets of member states. That is because it was conceived as an investment budget. So it was meant to finance goods and projects that make more sense at EU level rather than at member state level. So where we can find an EU added value. For example, that would be cross-border energy projects or projects relating to air quality or defense. And all these situations are better addressed at EU level. So there are various spending programs that are allocated within those 7 categories. For example, Erasmus, the student exchange program, can be found in heading 2, Cohesion, Resilience and Values, while the NDICI, Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument, is located in heading 6, Neighborhood and the World. Since this budget is an investment budget, it is conceived in terms of programming. So we have objectives and we allocate funds to them. But lately, the EU institutions have been trying to reform the way the EU budget is conceived to make it more flexible, to make it more based on performance and results, and to be better able to react to unforeseen crises. So this is the context we are talking about when we look at gender budgeting at the EU level. As explained by the member Tegetov in his lecture earlier, the introduction of gender mainstreaming in the EU budget has taken decades and relentless efforts. The European Parliament has constantly argued for progress to be made through plenary resolutions, studies, workshops, and of course, political negotiations. These efforts culminated in 2020, as he mentioned, when the European Parliament obtained, through this interinstitutional agreement of 16 December 2020, the political commitment from the European Commission that it would develop a methodology for mainstreaming gender equality into the EU budget. That was a first. Let's quickly go back to why it was the European Parliament that obtained this commitment. So the European Parliament is the world's only directly elected transnational assembly, and the members of the European Parliament represent the interests of EU citizens at European level. Together with representatives of the governments of the EU countries, which are called the Council of the EU, the members of the European Parliament shape and decide the new laws that influence all aspects of lives across the European Union, from supporting the economy and the fight against poverty to climate change and security. So everything I just mentioned that the EU budget finances. With the Council of the EU, the Parliament approves the EU budget. So together they are the budgetary authority, and it scrutinizes how the money is spent. The budget is then executed by the European Commission. So as the member said, kind of the government of the EU. And the task, therefore, of mainstreaming gender equality into the EU budget has been decided by the European Parliament and attributed to the European Commission, which had to develop this methodology. So Parliament obtained this commitment, and the Commission had to do that before 1st of January 2023, and it delivered. So in particular, they developed a gender tracking methodology with the help of the European Institute for Gender Equality and the European Court of Auditors. This methodology expands on the general criteria proposed by the OECD Rio markers. How does this methodology work in practice? The Commission has a look at spending programs at the most granular level possible. So as I have explained, we have these 7 categories for the spending. And within those 7 categories, there are spending programs. Each of these programs is divided into different actions that can be implemented through various projects. So what the Commission does is to look at the lowest level possible to see the impact of the action on gender equality. So if we go back to the Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument I mentioned earlier, it is divided in different actions, among which one is called Eastern Partnerships. And one of the projects that action finances is called EU for Gender Equality. So it's quite clear that it makes sense in this case to look at the project level rather than at the whole program itself. So here is the methodology. When feasible, the methodology looks at what is being done at project level and then allocates a score to the intervention. So score 2 means that improving gender equality is the principal objective of the intervention, and the intervention would probably not be undertaken without it. Score 1 means that gender equality is an important and deliberate objective of the intervention, but not the main reason for it. Score 0 means that the intervention is not expected to contribute significantly towards gender equality. And then we also have a category called 0 star for all the interventions for which the impact is still unclear. And for those, the Commission is doing its best to look at them, scrutinize them, and allocate them a score 2, 1, or 0 as soon as possible. So as you can see, this methodology is about looking at the intentions behind the programs. And it's not really looking at whether these programs are delivering on gender equality itself. This makes sense because, as I said, the EU budget is an investment budget, is based on programming and on objectives. So when we aggregate the results of this methodology over the years, we can see that when the Commission started in 2023, so that was looking back on the spending from 2021, so the first pie on the left, it was very unclear if the EU budget had an impact or not on gender equality. 95% of the funding was unclear. But 2 years later, so if we look at the right side of the slide, we can see that the percentage of 0 star has decreased to 20%. So for most of the EU budget, we know now that it's supposed to have an impact on gender equality. 11% of the EU budget is supposed to have a positive impact, while 69% of the spending is not supposed to affect gender equality. So maybe to make it more concrete, I will give you some examples. For score 2, we have this recovery and resilience facility that has been mentioned by the member before. This facility provides grants and loans to support reforms and investment in member states. So those are the extra 800 billions I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. Out of those billions, around 3 billions of euros in 2023 have been attributed score 2. So for example, there were actions such as the national rollout of early aid for socially disadvantaged pregnant women in Austria, or the funding of incentives to foster female entrepreneurship in Italy, or the setup of a national plan to tackle gender-based violence in Spain, the promotion of careers in information and communication technology for women in Latvia. The EU also supported member states implementing structural reforms targeting gender equality. For example, the EU helps Estonia with a reform to close the gender pay gap, or Sweden with better regulating the profession of nursing assistants, or Bulgaria with the improvement of prenatal and neonatal health screening. Another example of a program with activities under score 2 is Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is the world's largest funding program for research and innovation. In 2023, there were 50 million euros worth of interventions under Horizon Europe that qualified for score 2. Among those, we can find an EU prize for women innovators, a women leadership program, and the program also requires applying entities to have a gender equality plan in place to be eligible to receive funding. Now, if we move to score 1, we can have a look at the Citizens, Equality, Rights and Values program, which, as its name suggests, seeks to protect and promote rights and values as enshrined in the EU treaties in order to sustain an open, rights-based, democratic, equal, and inclusive society. About half of the grants funded through this program received a score of 1. In 2023, the program committed, for example, 25 million euros to prevent and combat gender-based violence and violence against children. It also made a 20 million euro call to fight racism, xenophobia, and discrimination. And it supported 1,045 civil society organizations in the area of equality, rights, gender equality, citizens' engagement and participation, and fighting violence. The EU budget also finances, as we have seen, a large quantity of interventions which do not have any impact on gender equality. For example, we have the anti-fraud program, which spends around 80% of its budget on the purchase of specialized technical equipment. It therefore has an overall score of 0 in our gender tracking methodology. But as you can imagine, that doesn't mean that it's not an important program which should not be financed. The European Parliament did not stop after obtaining the development of this methodology I just presented to you, because as you maybe think, it's not perfect. So in the past years, the members have exchanged annually with the Commission in order to discuss this methodology, its implementation, and to provide feedback on how it could be improved. One of the main points of feedback concerns the absence of negative scoring. It is deemed that no action funded by the EU can decrease gender equality, so the score -1 or -2 don't exist. Some of our members have thought that this is not very coherent and that, of course, there are some activities that are financed that could affect negatively gender equality. Another strong focus of the European Parliament members has been to make sure that the Commission has access to gender disaggregated data for all of EU funding instruments, because this is currently not the case. Earlier this year, the EU financial regulation, the main point of reference for the principles and procedures governing the EU budget, has been revised, as Member Tegetov explained before. And thanks to the European Parliament, it is now a legal obligation for the next generation of EU spending programs to provide for the collection of gender disaggregated data. This should give a huge boost to the implementation of gender budgeting at EU level. Finally, as you probably know, the EU provides financial support to Ukraine. This is done through the so-called Ukraine facility. Thanks to the European Parliament, the regulation for the facility includes the need for Ukraine to explain how the measures funded by the facility, which is financed by EU, will promote gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls, and the promotion of women and girls' rights to the extent possible, of course, in a war-torn country. So in order to receive the money, Ukraine has to explain how gender equality will be promoted, and to unlock the next stages of funding, it will have to prove that these intentions have been followed by effects. It can definitely be said that the European Parliament has played a key role in introducing gender mainstreaming at the EU budget level. Political pressure from elected representatives of the people can unlock fundamental changes on the way we look at public funding. Looking forward, the EU can still improve a lot how it is mainstreaming gender equality into its budgets. There is a need to move from a gender tracking to an all-rounded gender budgeting approach. So here are some of my ideas for the future, and I'm very happy to hear some from you as well. The EU already has a climate-related spending target. 30% of the EU budget has to be spent on climate-relevant actions between 2021 and 2027. In the next long-term budget, which will start in 2028, why shouldn't we imagine setting a gender equality spending target? Also, thanks to the provision of gender disaggregated data, which will be compulsory for all the spending programs in the next long-term budget, the EU will be able, probably, to perform ex ante and ex post gender impact assessments. So in the context of an overhaul of the way the EU budget is conceived and the upcoming negotiations on this next long-term budget, maybe the performance of the EU budget in promoting gender equality will be measured rather than the intentions and the objectives of the EU programs and actions. Another path that could be explored is the undertaking of gender audits and the application of very high quality indicators. So as I said, if you have more ideas on what we could do and what we could defend in the European Parliament to improve gender budgeting at EU level, I would be more than happy to exchange with you. So all that's left for me to say is thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to any questions, and don't hesitate to reach out to me. You have my email address on the slides. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Alice.
Thank you, Alice,
pela sua exposição.
For your presentation. You have addressed important points such as climate targets, gender-sensitive audits. The Federal Court of Accounts of Brazil is chair of INTOSAI, which convenes more than 190 higher audit institutions, supreme audit institutions, and has been working towards gender equality. So I believe that the work can contribute to a more effective budget and fulfillment of targets and goals that are established by parliamentarians in representing society. So I have just a comment. I believe Gilda is no longer with us, but Gilda mentioned some issues that were present in our program, in the choice of topics. She said it was program 156, was known as program 156, but the name changed and the historical series was lost. Historical series are very important for medium and long-term evaluations. We also heard about markers. There are countries that have this experience. We have some difficulties. From a budgetary point of view, the CIOP is a centralized federal budget system that the Secretariat has some flexibility over, but we have a challenge in the execution of expenditures. I can allocate 1,000 to a program, but not execute it. So I look at the, as Gilda said, she looks at the SIGA system because she can see what has not been paid within a fiscal year. So Gilda brought up some issues regarding budgetary execution and expenditures that can have an influence. The budget might be beautiful, but spending is limited along the fiscal year, and this limitation, does it happen? Does it affect certain public policies or programs more than others to the point of making it unfeasible or leading to negative results? It's a topic that will be discussed this afternoon. You are all invited. It's a central point. All panels are very important to bring all these aspects to light. And I would like to stress the historical aspect, as Gilda said. Parliamentarians, they allocate. And then we have the parliamentary amendments that reach 25% of discretionary spending this year. In 2015, it was only 4%. 25% of discretionary spending is directly defined by parliamentarians, not necessarily having a connection with the targets and goals of the multi-year plan. I disagree. It's 80%, 80% of these. I'm sorry. So we need to have the data. We have actions. We have legal actions in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is analyzing these actions, and so this is a discussion that I understand it needs to be done, and it's very timely to have these lawsuits reaching the Supreme Court, because the spending should be aligned with the PPA and the LDO.
federal, elas mostram que mesmo na educação e na saúde,
even in education and health,
precisam ser
many problems still need to be corrected. So I believe that these are the points. And I would like to draw your attention to the markers, to the historical series. I believe the European Union has been able to advance because it is in a more advanced stage. And the actions of the European Union, they seem to be enough for investments. In Brazil, in the women's budget, Joana can correct me if I'm wrong, we have 91 actions. Last year's, we have 91 actions, 24% of
tem som, se puder fechar, por favor. 24% das ações em saúde,
24% of the health actions, social assistance, education, and in terms of volume of spending on social assistance is the same, the first item, followed by health. So I believe we have more investments in current spending rather than investments and financing of projects, as seems to be the case regarding the 800 billion of the European Union. So, to conclude, Gilda
da minha passagem nesses 20 anos de controle externo. Em 2009, eu tive num evento
an occasion in 2009 at the Ministry of Health. I arrived there. There was an organized group of demonstrators and activists saying, we don't want a fiscal responsibility law, we want a social responsibility law. So we need to, well, I went to talk about fiscal responsibility law, but this was an occasion that I like to tell when I am at different events, because we learn to deal with reality. You don't go to events just to agree with everybody and receive applause. We also have protests, and this is enriching professionally.
Essa foi uma experiência que eu sempre cito. E para fechar, né, eu diria assim,
I would say,
aquele nosso seminário de março, dali a gente
seminar, when we designed, we sat together with UN Women and other players, and we thought of a budgetary week. Now, I must share that with all the speakers and Gilda started and ended her presentation with the budget in her hand. And so what can be done in terms of credit lines, partnerships with the World Bank, with IDB, international organizations? This is a fantastic idea. It would be very important for civil society, government, academia to join efforts towards a budget in your hands, Gilda. You have an ally, at least you have an ally in pursuing a budget in your hands. And with these words, I would like to give the floor back to Raquel to conclude and say how pleased I am with the morning's discussions. And it's been a very special moment, and I'd like to invite you all because I have really high expectations regarding the afternoon's panel, and I believe it will have many answers to help us advance towards having a budget in the palm of our hands. Thank you all for your attendance. Count on us. Thank you, Luciane. We are very moved to see how far we've come. You have conducted the panel very well, and it's been very productive, very important. Everything that Gilda said, and going back to the whole relevant history so that we can understand where we are at and what difficulties we have tackled. The view of Professor Ursula with a lot of data representing the inequalities that we still have to fight between women and men and Black and white populations. Race and gender are structural issues that we haven't been able to change since our colonization. Joana from the ministry, Nemias from the TCU, our colleague from the Ministry of Development, with the perspective of the ministries, especially those connected to the social areas, in ensuring the mainstreaming of gender and race data, because it's we no longer have a presidentialist budget, we have a parliamentarian budget, and the Supreme Court is trying to correct distortions, but on one hand, democracy is about the Congress representing the people and defining the budget for the year and for a certain period. But the execution is very important. It's important for it to be under the charge of the executive. And when we have so many amendments that are completely disaligned and they hinder the public policies that are being developed along the years, especially in health and education, where we need data to know where we're going to invest. It's no use going to a municipality if you have no data about who is going to use the resources and so on.
So this budget problem will have a medium and long-term impact in our country, and the most vulnerable populations will be hit harder. So Alice talked about the European Parliament. They have a different social and economic reality, but the gender agenda is about the same. And Nemias, your colleague at TCU is an important player for these policies. They can audit the programs and they can indicate corrections to be made. So we had a very productive morning. I'd like to call the audience for the second conference that we will have this afternoon. We have a representative from UN Women, which is a partner of ours in this event. Ana Carolina, the speaker, she has been working for 20 years on gender budgeting. And then we will have several other panelists. And the mediator will be the under prosecutor, Luisa Cristina. She works on the environmental agenda. Luisa Cristina Fonseca. So we now wrap up. Congratulations, Luciane, for moderating, and congratulations to all of the panelists who are here with us from the start, and thank you to the audience. We'll see you in a little while. Thank you, Raquel.
Voltou o som, coloquei o som, desculpa. Boa tarde. Meu nome é Raquel Branquinho, sou diretora da Escola Superior.
Good afternoon. I'm Raquel Branquinho of the Higher School of the Federal Prosecutor's Office. So together with the UN Women and other partners, we are promoting a week of discussions on gender-responsive budgets, maintaining the gender equality perspective in public budgets with a regional and international perspective. We have international speakers sharing experiences. We discussed some aspects of how the EU is addressing the topic. We discussed some Brazilian perspectives as well. And this afternoon, people can watch, can enroll for any panel or conference of their interest. In the afternoon, we are going to discuss the topic of mainstreaming gender in the budgeting cycle. So I would like to greet all our speakers and mediators and debaters. We will start with a conference by Dr. Maria Dolores Almeida, and then we will follow on to the third panel on gender-responsive budgeting in Brazil, budgetary and accounting markers, transparency, and federative aspects. This will be mediated by our colleague, Dr. Luisa Cristina Fonseca. And so I will first introduce the conference speaker, Dolores Almeida, who will have 30 minutes, and she will talk about the experience that she has in the topic. Maria Dolores is an economist by the University of Tucumán in Argentina, master in economics with specialization in decentralization and local development. She's also an expert on gendered budgeting. She's been Vice Minister of Finance in Ecuador, and also she participated in the team that implemented gender and race indicators. She's been a consultant for IDB, for the World Bank, for GIZ, for Eurosocial Plus, Euroclimate, and UNDP. She's an expert at UN Women, so this very brief bio tells us a lot about what she can contribute. It's quite a lot of deep experience in race, gender, climate, all the aspects that we are discussing, and she will be able to provide a view, a perspective of a Latin American country that is being considered a reference on this topic. Also, from the perspective of UN Women, which for over a decade, has already been addressing this topic to encourage countries to implement these specific markers. It's an honor to have you with us, Dolores. I will give you the floor shortly. You will have 30 minutes for your presentation, and feel free to use more time if you need to. Thank you. Thank you, Raquel. Good afternoon to everyone. For me, it is an honor to share with you a little about this long journey and lessons learned in gender budgeting indicators and markers. I will share my screen.
¿Me confirman si la están viendo bien?
Can you see my screen?
Está aparecendo corretamente.
Perfecto.
Yes.
Bueno, mi presentación va a estar dividida en tres momentos.
My presentation is divided into three parts. First, a general conceptual framework about what we understand as classifiers or markers for gendered budgets. Secondly, I will speak about the international experience and more specifically on the experience of Ecuador, which I was involved with through technical cooperation and also as an authority. And I will end with lessons learned along the way. When we talk about gender responsive budgets, we are talking about a range of instruments that can be implemented along the budgetary cycle. One of the phases, perhaps the most important one, is programming and formulation of the budget. That's when we start to connect our medium and long-term planning and specific gender policies with everything that we are going to include in budgetary programs, and also our decisions in terms of allocation of resources. So we use different instruments, national development plans, medium-term fiscal plans, how we prioritize public investment projects, programmatic structures, and these instruments include classifiers or budgetary classifiers, which will be the focus of my talk. I wanted to give you this overview of all the instruments, other players that and all the players that participate in this process. When we speak specifically of this instrument, which is the classifiers, what we want to do is to think how we are going to identify in the budget the expenditures related to gender. And so what is the classification system that we will apply? On the other hand, we also decide on the instruments that will capture the information, or what we call data model, and how we are going to proceed. There isn't a single recipe for this. This needs to be made clear. It depends on the reality of each country. In general, countries have advanced. Since they started identifying gender issues some time ago, they started working on the academic side, and in academia, with ex post exercises, considering the identification, the manual identification of how much money had been allocated to contributing to one of the gender goals. However, as states, we are doing much more than simply conducting projects with an explicit gender goal or purpose. There are many other activities and projects that we conduct, which, although they don't have an explicit gender equality goal, they might still be contributing, as economists say, through positive externalities or even negative externalities to bridge inequality gaps. So one of the first definitions a country must consider if it wishes to identify these expenditures is whether this will be done as the main or direct purpose, whether we will also identify indirect or secondary expenditures. It's very important in identifying identifying just the main or primary expenditures is not enough. Much of the work done in sexual and reproductive health will not be found as a gender goal, but rather a health goal. So we run the risk of underestimating the government's contribution to women's rights. After deciding whether we will work with a direct or indirect or primary or secondary purpose, we will decide on a classification system that we will apply to the expenditure. Once again, as we will see in a comparison among countries, there are a variety of classification systems. Unfortunately, that's another challenge we have. Many of these classification systems were developed in isolation by countries. So they are not necessarily comparable in order to help us understand whether the efforts we are making match the efforts of others. So what are these classification systems? Understanding that there isn't an international official system as we might find for other policies, whether by the UN or OECD, there isn't a single classification system for gender equality, but we do have at the level of rights, and that's our big umbrella. We have the umbrella of women's rights. So we will focus on sexual and reproductive rights, civil and political and social rights, the rights to a life free from discrimination and violence, collective rights, and environmental rights. Some countries seek this definition. It's been recently adopted by Chile through its Form T. The country started identifying gender expenditures, and this will apply to the fiscal year of 2025. Other countries are using ECLAC concepts regarding autonomy, economic autonomy, physical autonomy, decision-making autonomy, and cross-cutting all of these autonomies. And so this is another way that countries tried to establish and manage the classification system. With UN Women supports the identification of the main purpose of expenditure, where we attempt to eliminate discrimination against women and addressing the effects of discrimination, addressing the causes of discrimination. On the effect side, we try to reduce gender gaps, fight violations against these rights. That's a category focused on women. On the side of causes, reduction of non-remunerated labor, promotion of greater accountability of the state, of households, and division of labor between men and women at home. This category has been coined as responsibility and care, and also fighting beliefs, cultures that reproduce gender discrimination. This is known as a culture of equality. So in reviewing these international experiences, we are going to find many classification systems. Some are mixed with public policies and also based on women's rights. And so we will see this in a couple of minutes. And so these are some of the classification systems. Afterwards, we will decide with what instruments we are going to identify expenditures in the budget. And there are several options depending on the reality of each country.
There are countries where the financial management system allows you to create a budget system and a specific system that allows you to create a specific code. In the case of Ecuador, we have this item. It's a guidance classifier for gender programs in the budget. We've also used institutional classifiers the restrictions to using this type of classifier, and that's where we started with the gender budgeting system, the restriction was that they included the complete expenditure for the entities responsible for gender equality. It could be the Ministry of Equality or other entities. Another classifier that is a part of this budget system is the functional classifier. So we would use this functional classifier, and from then on, we would go into the functions and sub-functions under function number 10, which is the social function, and we would have functions or sub-functions connected to gender. And the restriction that we had concerning this functional classifier was to identify the main expenditure, the main purpose expenditure. Despite being a restriction at first, now countries are using a relationship matrix. What this does is that for each of the functions, it presents certain attributes. So this is a healthcare measure. This is the main purpose of this measure. But parallel to this, we add another column. It's health, but it's sexual and reproductive health. Therefore, this contributes to sexual and reproductive rights. It's contributing to the physical autonomy of women, and therefore, we are no longer bound by the traditional classifier, where you could only include the main purpose of the measure. So the entity had this dilemma. Either you allocated the activity to a function concerning health or another function concerning gender. And this is being applied in the Dominican Republic, where we were able to move forward. We were no longer under this straitjacket, and by doing this, they generated reports focusing on gender or climate change or early childhood and adolescence. In the case of Brazil, we're working with the IDB to identify public expenditures for climate and biodiversity using specifically this tool. And you in Brazil right now, you are working to generate and verify this classifier. And you're being quite innovative because you're doing this with AI. And what do I mean by that? You're no longer trapped in this system, because usually we wouldn't have an item to classify this. And if you asked me to modify the system, this would make the system not work. So let's take advantage of the modern technologies, artificial intelligence, and let's identify and reclassify this outside of the system using a function. And we will use this same tool to identify climate expenditures, and the same thing could be done for the other agendas that you're working with. Another tool that is used in these countries, this is due to the restrictions of the administrative systems. So they have been using markers or labels. When I say markers, this is like a house where we put in a cell. And when we formulate the program says, okay, I'll say that this program is contributing to gender equality, and it will fit into one of these classification categories. Therefore, when we formulate the budget, we use one of these cells, and the entity, when they want to classify something, they have to mark the respective category. And this is done with gender activities in Colombia, and in other cases, we use forms. We used this in form F3 biz. Okay, you have all of these budget programs the executing entity, and through this Excel template, tell me how many resources are being allocated to these cross-cutting agendas. Among these agendas, we have gender, and the executing entity will decide where it will be classified. And based on this classification, this is also done in Chile. This is the most recent experience that we have. We have Colombia and Argentina as well. They're using this type of classification system. After using this tool to identify the expenditure, we have to quantify it. And here we have to identify the expenditure. The advantage of doing this in the formulation phase, because this is already registered in the budget sent to Congress and also in the budget that is executed. This will allow you to monitor the execution of the budget.
Está, por lo general, como yo les decía, incluido dentro de los sistemas de administración financiera.
Here, this is included in the financial administration systems, CIGEPS, CIAF, all of the different names that we usually use for these systems. And in the ex post phase, usually we have a marker. And this is outside of the systems when we have an ex post monitoring. As you can see, I tried to put everything into a single slide to show you the complex system involving all of these classifiers and markers. And why is it that the countries choose different methods of identifying expenditures in gender? This is a technical issue. And how will we label gender expenditures in the programs? When we talk about the program structure, behind that, we have the value chain. The value chain, through the value chain, we're funding resources for an activity from an institution, but more than that, we want to have an impact. By producing products and services, we want to reach an objective, a goal. In this value chain, where the final result will be connected to the public policy that we want to promote. So let's say, in the case of maternal mortality, if we want to reduce mortality, this is a part of our public measures, we have to think before that, we have to take some steps back, and we have to think about what are the products and services that we have to offer to that purpose, and what are the resources that we need in order to do that. And when we're investing in awareness campaigns so that women can go to prenatal exams. So we have to have these appointments for women for the prenatal monitoring. But for the pregnant woman, it's important for her to have a safe delivery. So she has to have at least 5 medical appointments. So the product will be 5 pregnant women who have received at least 5 appointments for prenatal exams. So when this is included in CIAPI, they're classified and connected to a minimum level of the budget structure, to the level of activities or other levels. This doesn't work in the same way in other countries. Costa Rica, for instance, doesn't do this for the activities. They're thinking about implementing this in their new financial administration system. When they classify the information, this will be done through markers, and they will go to the highest level. They can go up to the level of the program. In the best case scenario, they will reach even the program level. In very few cases, They will go down to the level of the activities. Another important decision, and this is different in each country, we have to check the level of classification within the program structure. In terms of international experiences, as I said before, what are the classification systems that are used in the different countries? We have some standardized functions. When we talk about rights related to autonomy in Argentina, they connected female autonomy and gender gaps. In Bolivia, the UN Women collaborated with Bolivia. They focused on causes and effects of inequality. In Mexico, they focused on gender equality and non-discrimination or violence against women. In Canada, they focused in rights of women. Costa Rica is focusing on autonomy now. Concerning the definition based on gender policies, we have Guatemala, which has a national policy for gender equality enacted in 2011. In Ecuador, we use the national policy for gender enacted in 2012. So in general, all of these policies, behind these policies, we have to consider women's rights. Chile doesn't appear on this slide. These are recent experiences, but Chile is classifying the rights of women, and this is aligned with their own policies. In this category, we would have a mixed approximation. They use these classification standards, but they are applied based on their own policies. Colombia focuses on the autonomy of women, categories of investments in gender equality. Costa Rica, they're working with autonomy. In the Dominican Republic, they're using the relationship matrix. They had to decide between systems. They had to choose one of the systems, but they wanted to use a different scheme, and therefore they were able to reclassify everything, focusing on autonomy, causes and effects of inequality in the 12 spheres of Beijing. And they also used their own gender equality policies. Sweden uses the national policy and also gender equality and women's rights. Just to summarize these 10 cases, this is the coverage, the phase of the cycle in which this is implemented. What is the marker that is used? We have specific forms, and in which level of the program structure this is done. In the case of Argentina in 2022, they did this in the level of the central government. They worked in the formulation phase, and they're using autonomy and gender gaps as the definition, and they're using a mix of markers and classifiers. And they have a form that is preloaded in the system, and after that, they monitor the execution. In Bolivia, this exists in the central government level and also subnational level. They work on the formulation phase, and in the category for social protection, they created 10 gender equality measures. And this is included in the protection classifier. This classifier is mandatory both for the central government and also for the subnational governments. It's connected to a program structure. And in the case of Colombia, this focuses on the central government and on the formulation phase, and it's a project marker. In Costa Rica, they're also focusing on the central government. It's still in the formulation phase, and they will do this through a marker using forms.
So for the fiscal year of 2025 and linked to the program. In the case of Ecuador, we had two moments, an experience supported by UN Women. for 15 years. So initially, we did this through the functional classifier. I will provide more details about it later. In 2012, we migrated to a specific spending guide specific for gender equality policies. In the programmatic structure, this is in the part of activities. Guatemala also has an expenditure guidance for the central government and subnational government. Mexico uses a marker, the Annex 13 for equality, and sends this for information of the legislative when they are approving the budget. Dominican Republic, through the functional classifier with the relationship matrix, this is done at central government level. The same in Canada, on formulation, and Sweden as well. And it's about marking or classification. Which of these classifiers or markers have been included in the financial administration? Most of them mainstreamed them. Otherwise, it would be just a portrait that you take when you have resources from international cooperation. But here we have already institutionalized this in Argentina, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, Dominican Republic. In the case of Costa Rica, they're still in the process of applying this new methodology. Finally, the identification is not only for the Ministry of Women or the Ministry of Finance. It should allow strengthening accountability and transparency processes. In most countries, these classifiers allow generating a line report, and we include an annex to the budget bill, as is the case of Argentina, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico. And reports are produced, monitoring reports are produced during the execution of the budget, also including a monitoring report. In the case of Argentina, when the public accounts are being closed, they explain the allocations. Much of this is also done in the Dominican Republic. They are protected spending, so to speak, an expenditure in Mexico and in the Dominican Republic. This is a protected expenditure that needs to be approved through specific rules. And so at a time of crisis, this will be submitted to approvals and will not simply be cut from the budget. In the case of Ecuador, our budget allowed us to create this guiding classifier for gender equality policies. So I participated on the cooperation side, then as Minister of Finance, and then at UN Women, I was able to assess this implementation, and it was an honor to participate and see how they started considering the gender issue, although there was no continuation afterwards. But this can be expanded to other equality issues involving disabilities, childhood, adolescents, elderly populations. We included 4 subcategories: the guidance classifier for equality, also the environmental approach, the directing of the expenditure, and associations of categories and subcategories. So we were able to achieve information granularity. So we were able to see whether the purpose was to promote equal opportunities, systems of care, etc. So this classifier is connected to the programmatic structure and the activities. So here you see how it came up for administrative, for financial administration. So the entities had to upload their budgetary programs and relate the activity or connect the activities and identify whether it was contributing to an equality, to equality promotion, whether it was, what was the classification of gender equality. And so here, activity by activity, and I'd like to point out also why. Well, I will soon show why I am highlighting this. So the big effort was not only to convince the minister. No, this was a very long process. We need to understand this as a process of change, especially such hard ministries, such as Ministry of Finance. They don't necessarily understand that behind these figures, there are people, and we are affecting them in different ways, depending on how we decide the expenditures. And so we did a lot of work on awareness raising towards gender at the Ministry of Finance and other public organizations. So we supported key organizations to get them to use this classification correctly. We generated methodologies and instruments. We placed them on our web page to facilitate access. We produced these publications as a communication strategy so that budgetary analysts would have this in mind all the time when they were in the executing units. Now, one of the most important bits was when I was vice minister, I thought this cannot remain simply as a beautiful experience that lasted while the vice minister was in office. We had to institutionalize this beyond people. So we included in our normative framework, in our code for public finances, we introduced an obligation for this to be included as an annex. And on the other hand, we created within the Fiscal Policy Secretariat the Directorate of Fiscal Entities, and its mandate was precisely to review all the policies, the cross-cutting policies that we wanted to have an impact on. What were the lessons learned?
Que es de vital importancia el trabajo conjunto entre las entidades responsables de las finanzas públicas y las de género.
Vitally important is the joint work among the responsible entities and gender entities. The classifications are useful, but they allow us to look inwards. What we need as a region is the use of standard classifications or international standards that will allow us to compare countries. Another lesson is that the level of disaggregation of the system will depend on the country's decision. Likewise, at what level of programmatic structure do we need to link the level of activities or level of programs in order to identify in the best possible way? It should be level of activities. But what happened when we did this? The same happened in Guatemala and other countries. So when formulating the budget, everyone is overburdened with work. And so when you request the link with a minimum level of details, tell me whether this expenditure is on gynecological services, for instance, but in fact, the entities ended up not classifying, not marking anything, and they asked us to reload without classification because they didn't want to have this work. And
Sometimes we said, okay, but at least mark one classification. And so they marked anything. And so what I'm saying is, and that's the reason why we are developing new tools, to reduce the working load on entities. They're already overburdened. They are not gender experts. And we do a lot of gender training, but the high turnover in ministries means that we have to provide training every year if we want entities to classify this appropriately and if we want them to be consistent in this identification. So if we want we could have attributes that are preloaded, reducing the workload at the entities, reducing the work done to review what's already being preloaded. This is very important in order to make it applicable. On the other hand, not only identifying the expenditures, the primary purpose expenditures, but also the secondary purpose expenditures, so that we have a clear idea of what's being done by the country. And another issue that is being discussed is whether we will identify only what we consider positive in terms of gender policy or other expenditures that have not been designed with this purpose, but that are deepening roles and gender inequalities. So bonuses, for instance, or if you require that mothers be present when their children are seen at health centers, for instance, that reinforces patterns and gender roles that overburden women. So it would be important to incorporate this in financial administration systems, as you are doing in Brazil, thinking out of the box. New technologies, using AI, as you're already doing, to break these restrictions. And that's how we will be able to identify and report expenditures, not just data or financing data, but really obtaining data necessary for impact evaluation. So this is all I wanted to present. And here I pay homage to Barba, who has left us. She was an important pillar in this process. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Dolores. I will.
Só para fazer agradecer aqui a Dolores.
Thank you, Dolores, for your presentation. Very much related. Well, you mentioned Brazil. On the first day, we had a presentation by Virginia, the National Secretary for Planning. She showed how to work in a cross-cutting manner among ministries, across ministries. And so this topic is already it's about reducing the workload for those who do not have interaction with other parts of the government. And so thank you. You have been frequently mentioned by TCU members and other colleagues as a reference, and you are an important part of this historical moment. And since this was addressed at the highest legislative or normative level, the work is continuing in spite of all the difficulties. Thank you. I hope you can remain with us. But if you have other appointments, feel free. So I will give the floor to Luisa Cristina, who will mediate panel 3 on accounting and budgetary markers and federative aspects. We will have important experts here, Brazilian experts, who will share their experience on this topic. I hope you can continue with us for some time. Thank you, Raquel. Congratulating Dolores. She brings up very important topic, which is giving the same names to the same things. And so you need a similar reference framework regarding what we consider a gendered budget and public policies. Otherwise, we will not be able to measure implementation and make comparisons.
So it's important to know that when we make comparisons, we need data. And in order to have data, we have to define the different types, because a gender budget may include several cross-cutting policies, and you won't be able to show the consequences of those policies if you don't have a marker. If you can't collect data systematically, because you have to follow the data from the beginning until the end, until the implementation of the public policy. That's very important. It happens with other policies as well. And we can only do that if we have standardized forms. In Brazil, considering the federal government, the states, and the municipalities, we've used electronic government so that we can include the information, but also validate the same information. I'll pass the floor to Glaucio because he has another meeting to attend. He's being summoned. First to Glaucio and after that to Ricardo. Glaucio, you have the floor. Do you have a presentation to share? Good afternoon. I put my presentation on the screen. Can you see it? He's the Undersecretary for Budget Management of the Federal Budget Secretariat. Thank you. Before presenting, I'd like to thank you for this invitation. It's a privilege for the Budget Secretariat to be here, and for me as an analyst as well. It's a privilege to participate in such a rich panel with experts who have a lot to teach us, and maybe we'll be able to discuss our concerns for the future as well. My name is Glaucio Charon. I'm Undersecretary for Budget Management in the Federal Budget Secretariat. I'm now Undersecretary, and I'm now replacing the Secretary. As Undersecretary at SOF, I work with planning of the draft budget law, and I also work with the budget program. We cover the entire budget cycle. Tomorrow, we will have the participation of another colleague of ours from SOFI, Samantha. She will talk about the gender policies that have been developed in the federal government level. So I'm focusing on the general aspects. I won't give you too many spoilers about her presentation. And also, I don't want to make any mistakes or go into her presentation. I'm going to focus not only on gender budgeting and markers and classifiers for that, but I'll also talk about the context and other markers that we need in the budget and the platform that we have to evolve and present so that we can solve this problem and so many other problems that appear every year. The first point that I'd like to address is about the structure of the budget expenses. Here, you see the technical manual for the budget. We prepare the manual every year. We have the classification for expenses. It's separated in qualitative expenses and quantitative expenses. We have the programmatic part of the expenses, and in red, you see the most relevant aspects. You see the program, the actions, the budget plan. Why am I highlighting the qualitative part? The budget is authorized by the legislative branch, and the Congress authorizes the executive branch to execute the budget. And we have to explain what it will be done, for what purpose, and what will be delivered. That's the main aspect of the authorization. The rest of the information, the other classifiers show where the expense is, what is the economic effect of the expense, if there's any rule for the application of the resources. The rest of the identification of the expense doesn't communicate a lot about the results. It removes the function and the sub-functions that aggregate the expenditures. And the quantitative part, the main information is the appropriation, how much has been authorized, and what will actually be delivered in terms of goods and services to society in each of these programs. In the Federal Secretariat, we've been talking about how to focus more on the government activities, how to communicate this better to society. And we had a constitutional amendment in 2019. It made the budget an imposition. We had the amendments became impositions. So the total amount of expenses is an imposition. So the agencies have the duty of executing the programs so they can deliver goods and services to society. So this is the context of the last few years. What are the main points so that we can deliver better this role, and so that we can have more efficient deliverables? We have to have a high level of detail. So you take the budget, it's a formal document. We have thousands of pages in the budget. We have details of the authorization of the expenditures, and most of this are details to control everything ex post. So it's an authorization of the expenditures. We have a group of expenditures, and then we have the economic effects of the expenditures. This is an attribute that is altered during the execution phase. This information, this classifier, is a detail of the expenditure that is more relevant for the execution than for the authorization. And then this is sent to Congress. It's not relevant for the authorization itself, because we can alter that afterwards. And then this is in fact necessary in the delivery of goods and services. We have several legal classifiers. Several of these classifiers have to be deliberated by Congress. Some are changed. As I said, in spite of the budget technique focuses on programs and specific functions, still, we believe that there's a lot of aggregation. The budget actions have significant policies. We have healthcare policies, not only deliverables. They focus on types and modalities of transfer of resources. The budget, because of information asymmetries and because of the need of having more flexibility in execution, so the entities usually aggregate the budget actions, and this contributes to less transparency about these actions to the population. We've tried to remove disincentives so that we can have more details about the activities of the government in the budget, so that we can have more flexibility in the execution of the budget. It's a point that we have been working on, so that this can be visualized in the budget. In the federal level, we have some distortions in terms of control. When you take a look at the budget guidelines law, it requires that these expenditures have to be detailed into several categories, and this forces the law, or part of the law, it's a law, an intermediary law. So this requires us from, instead of focusing on the public deliveries, we focus more on how many resources I have for a specific expenditure, and this will be controlled by the external entities. We also believe that this set of classifiers, there's a limitation to meet specific demands and specific agendas. These are unidimensional attributes, and they're not very flexible. We can't use them and scale them up. The experience in the federal government, in the program part, we have an attribute that is called budget plan. The budget plan is not a legal attribute. It explains the implementation of the action, and this is the focus of the government activity, is the delivery of the service or the product. And this is combined with several other needs of the identification of gender budgeting, an agenda for indigenous peoples, the climate agenda. There are several other issues, and there's an overload on the programs. And so whenever we have a new expenditure, the first requirement from the agencies, the control agencies, they ask, can I have specific plans? Can I have more details about the program so that I can identify this expense? And the attribute that I just mentioned, it's unidimensional, so we can't use it for several different needs at the same time. So what do we need to do on the part of the expenses? The budget classification, the legal and the traditional classifications, have to detail these deliveries, public deliveries, the government activities, and this has to be done in detail so that we can understand that deliveries are made, and in this detailing, we have to identify through other classifiers or markers those that are related to the gender responsive budget. This is our challenge now. Not only classification, the budget context as well. In Brazil, in the federal level, we aggregate a lot more than we would want, and we have to identify the government activities in the budget, and there are some things that are exclusive for gender budgets. Samantha will show you the experience that we've had with that in the federal government. And the gender budget agenda is divided into exclusive services and non-exclusive services. And because of the lack of fragmentation of the programs, several of the appropriations that are related to the gender budget, we classify them as non-exclusive because it's hard to break them down. In that package, in that detail in which we include actions and budget plans, that contributes to several things at the same time because of the level of aggregation that exists. So it's a disincentive from these entities to go into further detail. And it connects these expenses during the fiscal year. So we always prefer more aggregation.
So moving on to the criticism of the current context and detailing of expenditure, the government action declared through budgetary actions and also in the managerial level, we need to go down to the lowest level so that we can couple other classifiers in order to identify the various needs. And that's an essential point in solving the issue of marking. We need marking. So in public targeting, we have indigenous people. This needs to be divided into Yanomami. In the context of the latest years, this has become a stronger focus. Children and adolescents and early childhood. So there's a need to identify agendas and expenditures with their specific targeting. And we also have identification needs that overlap. For instance, the agenda of children and adolescents that overlaps with the agenda of women, indigenous people also. So there's a need to identify public agendas and targeting. So a unidimensional classifier will not be enough to cater to all the needs in the current context. Also, needs will increase. We will need more and more to cater to different needs, different audiences, and different targeting. So the fragmentation of actions and the budgeting is essential in order to... Today we have the Bolsa Família related to specific actions in the budget.
Modalidade ou alguma coisa do gênero relacionada à política, eu teria que ter algum marcador gerencial.
I would have to have a managerial marker in order to mark these, and also the Minha Casa Minha Vida program, the housing program, and the growth acceleration program, the PAC. So it has an identifier of primary results, but the classifier is not able to show everything that is related to PAC, because the program, the policy, has programs that are classified as program 3, but others are within the PAC portfolio. There are individual amendments and also that are part of the package. So a unidimensional classifier that based on the law, it will not be easily used for more than one purpose. Also, types of expenditure more related to control, we need to identify expenditures for conservation of assets, also priorities, identification of agendas. We need to identify priorities as well. What has been defined as a priority for 2025 and 26, and what programs contribute to these priorities, so that we can create better integration between budget and planning, reflecting what in the budget will deliver the results provided for in the multi-year plan. Also, what is ongoing expenditure? Because the structure of the plans, it's not constant along the years. Of course, there is a standard of classification and coding of expenditures along the year, but the structure changes a long time, and we need to identify what is a new expenditure, what is an additional expenditure, so that we can reflect this in the process and generate evidence for the budget. Other issues are related to control of compliance, such as limits of expenditures and verification of the achievement of targets. So there isn't a legal classifier to identify what expenditures are included in the fiscal rule. This identification is done through managerial markers. So there is an aspect of legal compliance We do this through other means, and so the fiscal target as well. Of course, we have the identification of the primary result, but this is not enough. There are financial expenditures that have a primary impact, and the classification will not reflect this. And so there are several aspects that indicate limitations in the use of classifiers, including compliance. So in health, we have identifiers of use in health, in education, and part of the resources can be counted in health targets or education targets. And so there is a limitation in this respect. There's the golden rule and other rules, and so there is a whole context at the federal level for identifying the best audiences and agendas. There's an interest by the Congress to know what part of the budget will contribute to a certain agenda, what in the budget is related to gender responsive budgeting, but there are many other objectives, identification objectives that make the context very complex because we don't have enough legal classifiers. That's why at the federal level, we combine the legal classification, the pulverizing of the expenditures, and we do the managerial marking as well. The managerial marking at the federal level is being used for agendas, for priorities, and all the other items that I present here. So we take a qualitative classifier, we use the other classifiers and combine them all to separate the expenditure and evidence what is authorized in the budget that is related to a certain priority or agenda in a scaled way, because in the same budgetary line, it can be marked several times. We don't need to choose which one is more relevant to identify. We can mark it as overlap. So overlapping is a rule, not an exception. The more time goes by, the more we need to identify agendas, priorities, expenditures in a segmented and targeted way, and also in overlap. We need the means to look at all this in a scalable way. This is the key element that we need in the federal government. The challenge is to review the capacity of central bodies, especially the finance body, which has a bigger role than the federal budget secretariat, in order to establish standardization in the use of classifiers. So there needs to be a use standard in terms of what we are going to compare. So for instance, the identification of health resources or education. The central bodies need to be empowered in order to standardize the entities and guarantee the consolidation of accounts and guarantee comparability. So in the legal classifiers, if not in the legal classifiers, the subnational entities should build the methodological standards and concepts that would be used to aggregate and compare expenditures. And lastly, some important issues that have permeated my presentation. The vision of reducing the legal dimension of the budget. The budget mostly has legal attributes detailing expenditures that can be treated in this way. We need to actually undo knots and provide better detailing of the integration with planning so that we can have a sound delivery and also links with planning and with the programs and what results the action in the logical chain will help achieve. extensive use of managerial marking beyond the usual classifiers of expenditures. So the legal and unidimensional classifiers are not enough vis-à-vis the current reality, and the process of integrating the use of managerial markers in the budgeting process from the preparation of the budgetary proposal. We seek the sector bodies and guide them in terms of pulverizing the expenditures and that they inform the marking that can be done for each of the needs. And so they inform SOF that the expenditure of that specific budgetary plan is related to this or that agenda or priority, whether it's an investment plan. And so they help us to detail the expenditures. And the next level, at the next step at the federal level, is to integrate the process done with the central and sectoral bodies with the Congress and approval of the budgetary laws. So we gave information to the National Congress regarding identifications. The plan is to integrate this in the databases so that they can use this in the appreciation of the budgetary proposal. And in terms of execution and control, the initiative is to publicize all the information in a budget panel or dashboard. We have a link to public dashboards showing segmented marking so that citizens or entities or bodies can view the agendas specifically through a public dashboard without having to filter for the expenditures they wish to see. And also see how the proposal has been approved and the execution of the expenditures. So I'd like to conclude now, thanking you for your attention. Thank you, Glaucio. Thank you. I think it's about you reinforce the need for the indicators and linking them, sorry, the markers and linking them to the demands of the various groups. The Brazilian budget is highly electronic with markers and visibility, but we need to adapt this to specific public policies, especially understanding those that are cross-cutting and which ones are being directed to gender policies effectively. And so what we are more interested today is in effectiveness, how a public policy generates results, not necessarily from one year to the next, but we need to measure the efficiency of public policies, and we need to evolve in this aspect. I will thank you. I will give the floor now to Ricardo Capistrano, Deputy Secretary for the Secretariat of Finance of the State of Mato Grosso. You have 20 minutes, Ricardo. Thank you, Luisa, and all of you watching us. I'd like to thank also for the invitation and the possibility of talking about such an important topic. I will make a presentation focusing on the experience of Mato Grosso regarding gendered budgeting. Our experience begins with a dialogue, very fruitful and timely dialogue with the Legislative Assembly of the state and representative entities, so that we could make some changes regarding the mainstreaming of this topic in the public budget of the state of Mato Grosso. Mato Grosso has a bias and a purpose, which is to combine responsible fiscal management with effective political participation in order to foster democratic quality in a virtuous cycle of social development. So we are a responsible state from a fiscal perspective. We have been awarded level A by the Treasury
And this is a pillar regarding the need we have to allocate resources to public policies, including those that will have a positive impact on the lives of women in Mato Grosso.
Through dialogue with the Legislative Assembly, we had a first experience with the report for budget execution of the women's budget. This report was established in our budget law of 2024. We focused on the budget execution of the public policies, emphasizing women's policies and other actions that could have an impact in gender equality. Our methodology was the following. Our challenge was to collect data. We used as a reference a report prepared by the federal government. We began collecting data for the government actions focusing on women. We used budget classification based on the type of expenditure, the specific expenditure, expanded expenditures, and intersecting expenditures. We also used the categories of types of autonomies: economic autonomy, physical autonomy, decision-making autonomy, and we wanted to understand the level of participation of women in management positions, in positions that are occupied by women in the state government. We talked about the profile of women in the state of Mato Grosso, and we used information to validate the data, and we also fostered participation in forums, meetings, and seminars. This is the experience I have to show. What is the profile of women from Mato Grosso? We have 3,658,000 inhabitants. 49.67% are women. The state of Mato Grosso, according to the methodology of the Human Development Index, we focused on the categories and gender according to the measurement that was made by the Institute UNDP, and it was published along with IPEA in 2021. We have a different relationship between weddings and divorces. We have 32.69% divorces, and it's different from the figure for Brazil, which would be of 43.3%. From the perspective of female representation in our administration, we have 88,000 civil servants, 41% are women, and women who occupy management positions, higher positions, they represent 47.7%. So it's higher than the amount of women that we have in the entire public administration of the state. We also assessed the preferences of women in terms of graduate courses. We have the preferences according to undergraduate courses. So we have medicine, social sciences, other courses. And this is all in the report. In the report, we had a budget of 30 billion reais in 2023. What we compiled, and this was inserted in the report for 2023, so we had a total of 5 billion reais, 17% of our budget legislation was focusing on actions for women. So we have three types of expenditures that we use. We compiled 343 government actions. 5 of these actions were of specific expenditures. 125 actions represented intersecting expenditures, and 213 actions represented expanded expenditures. And we analyzed in detail all of these actions of the state of Mato Grosso involving all of the budget units so that we could reach a definition of the programs and actions we would insert in the program. These actions were complemented throughout 2023, so we reached a final budget of 9 billion reais. Out of this budget, we executed 8,420,000 reais, and the rest remains to be paid, so that we could continue the execution of some of these projects and actions focusing directly or indirectly on women. Government actions that are specifically aimed for women. We had 5 actions, as I said before. These actions were in the Secretariat of Public Security. One of them was to provide services to women who are victims of domestic violence. There's another action to promote the rights of women. This is done by the Secretariat of Social Assistance and Citizenship. And we have policies for women in the Secretariat and the General Prosecutor's Office. We also have actions to prevent feminicides and also to foster the network to protect women from violence. What are the improvements that we identified? What are we working on now in the report? First, we institutionalized this report. It's part of our budget law for 2024, and that's the most relevant information. We're still discussing. It became institutional, and after that, we started to identify the improvements that we had to work on to foster this initiative. First, we had to work on transparency. We had to include new markers and reports. This is being done in our finance department. We have a project that is now being developed so that these markers can facilitate budget programming and also the execution and monitoring of the budget. We're instituting metrics and methodologies to have a qualitative assessment of these actions to see if the expenditures produced results. What were the contributions and the impacts of these measures? More statistical information so that we can better understand the women in our state and how this will have an impact on them. This will be verified when we formulate the public policies, dissemination of the information from the report through seminars and operational audits. From the perspective of social participation, we want to disseminate knowledge about the budget system. This fostered several initiatives, seminars, workshops, presentations. I think Professor Rosangela already talked a bit about this movement in the state of Mato Grosso. Meetings and mobilizations with organized entities so that we can cover budget issues. Capacity building for our technical staff. This was a challenge. We want to promote training for our staff, focusing on social participation and transparency. We have to have budget progress reports so that we can simplify the information about the budget and so that we can include the gender theme and a citizen agenda so that everybody can receive information about what we're doing. The other perspective is an assessment of public policies. We need to assess the public policies. Some of them, we started out some experiences to assess the social and economic impact of these measures, and this is related to the topic of women. I'd like to highlight the public policy for social security. They want to ensure human and social development through public services that are provided specifically to women in the state of Mato Grosso, and now we're assessing the social and economic impact of this policy. A policy for housing. Several of the rural properties are owned by women, and we want to have a program to ensure their safety and security. So we began this project as well. In 2024, we implemented some changes. Some intersecting actions have produced some results. We have some results from the Secretariat of Education. We have the development of new types of schooling and the development of education for the youth. And for specific expenditures, we had some changes as well to incorporate more details about these actions and what would be done. And we wanted to have more resources for the programs. We also created an action for family farmers, for women family farmers. We created specific actions in the Legislative Assembly. We implemented the women's budget in the Legislative Assembly, so we did have some changes. And our Court of Justice also created an action for Ser Mulher. This is the regional coordination for women. This was created by the judicial branch of the state of Mato Grosso. We had other initiatives that were fostered by the General Prosecutor's Office, focusing on this specific target audience with the purpose of strengthening the activities of the prosecutor's office. We had a strategy for that, and we used a law that was approved for that. We also have operational audits on violence against women. This was executed by the Court of Accounts of the state of Mato Grosso. Some recommendations were made to fulfill targets and goals. And the Public Defender's Office also has actions. They held events to promote the participation of society, especially women. What are the technical projects that we have today in our state focusing on this topic? First, we created the thematic observatory. We will be able to monitor more easily not only the execution of the budget, but also the budget program and also the delivery of these actions. We have the connected budget. We aim to give greater transparency to our actions, especially focusing on this target audience. This is our first action in which we're using a specific target audience to think about how to better allocate resources. We have a permanent technical group for the budget and the cross-cutting budget. We will create another profile, a prospecting budget profile, to foster debates about the topic. We will create budget reports, simplified budget reports, and we will also use markers for the budget programming. And this will be inserted into the cycle. When we think about budget measures and the allocation of resources for these measures, these are our challenges. We've observed, we faced some operational difficulties at first. We mobilized several entities in the state of Mato Grosso. We have a room to improve our classifiers, and we can improve our structure as well for the budget, and we can incorporate, we should incorporate a gender-responsive budget. And we had several advances in a short period of time. We were able to engage different authorities, different entities. We involved the Secretariat of Planning and Finance of the state. We held meetings and technical events where we debated the topic. We held public hearings where we discussed with the councils, with the representation bodies, so that we could collect suggestions and so that we could put these suggestions into practice. Our challenge is actually how to make these plans concrete and how we can include this in our budget. And we want to foster debates with the local councils, the Council for Public Policies, focusing on women in the state. We want to reinforce this permanent dialogue so that these markers, this budget structure, can have a positive impact, and so that it can bring greater transparency and social participation, and so that we can render accounts to society at the end of the day. These are some of our colleagues who participated in the events.
Participating in this important event, Graciele, Thelma, who are here looking after these actions. They have become very enthusiastic and helped us advance here in the state. Thank you. This is our contact information, and we are at your service to strengthen such an important agenda that is important not only for the state of Mato Grosso, but for the whole country. Thank you, Ricardo. Very interesting to see data from surveys and of the female population in Mato Grosso. I have some comments, and you have mentioned the participation of women staff members in different positions, but you don't have the members. These are the staff of the assembly, the staff of the public defense body, but we don't have the members, which is where the difference between men and women appears stronger in the courts, in the prosecutor's offices, in the public defense offices. On the other hand, the issue of divorces, how many women actually head families? And also, in women's policies, I see that you have actions for female farmers. Mato Grosso is very strong in the production of grains and agribusiness. But it's important to collect information on indigenous and Black women. Mato Grosso is a state with many quilombos and indigenous peoples. Congratulations on the work you've been doing, also in fighting gender violence and feminicide. We have now our next speaker, Rafael Abreu, Undersecretary for Planning of the State of Rio de Janeiro. Good afternoon. I will share my screen. First, congratulations on organizing this event. Thank you for the invitation. To talk to the federal level and to talk to other states is very important because solutions and questions and doubts converge. Yesterday, Secretary Luisa Aguiar, Secretary for Women of the State of Rio de Janeiro, participated in another panel of this seminar. And in Rio, we established the Secretariat for Women in partnership with the Secretariat for Planning. We work a lot with the Secretary for Planning. She presented the methodological construction of the women's budget in the state of Rio, very much in line with our colleague from Mato Grosso. And this panel on budgetary and accounting markers reflects some of the challenges that we still have in Rio, as Glaucio from the federal government has made clear. I'm Undersecretary for Planning and Budget. I am an expert in public management and public policies, and The area within the Planning Secretariat, my area, is responsible for the cycle of preparation of the multi-year plan, as well as the cycle for preparation and execution of the budget. And when we started building the women's budget and other thematic budgets, because we have budgets for elderly people and for children and adolescents. So we come up against certain challenges, which is what I will present to you. Challenges that we find.
Que eu queria tratar aqui na fala e, enfim, colocar para o debate. Primeiro,
I'd
eu acho
like
que
to
o principal desafio
present to you. The main challenge
federal que a gente tem aparente
is
conflito,
that
né,
we have an
entre a
apparent
lógica dos
conflict
marcadores contábeis orçamentários
between the rationale of unidimensional markers versus the rationale of multidimensional cross-cutting policies.
boa parte da nossa dificuldade
So
é
much of the difficulty
esses
is
dois aspectos.
combining these two
Depois eu acho que
aspects.
desafio
A
que eu acho que existem diferentes
challenge
entendimentos,
that
do que seja
is understood in
orçamento
different
sensível a
ways.
gênero,
People have different understanding of what a gender responsive budget is. This hasn't been agreed yet among different countries and even subnational
Depois, talvez,
governments.
desafios que é abordar algumas questões metodológicas dos caminhos que vêm
Another
sendo
challenge
seguidos.
are certain methodological issues of regarding the paths that are being pursued by the different entities, and also making compatible the typical accounting and financial administration systems with the management information cycles of public policies. And in conclusion, the major sub-products of this discussion. The first challenge is that we are used to working with unidimensional budgetary markers, either this or that. It's never two things at the same time. If you work with databases, you know that when you have two things at the same time, this is a problem for classification. But when we talk about gendered budgeting, we are dealing with a cross-cutting and multidimensional policy, an aspect of public policy where the rationale is this and that rather than or. So a combination of different aspects related to gender, race, and age that add to each other and make the whole discussion much more complex, especially in terms of monitoring and transparency. When we look at typical ways of marking functions and budgetary functions and sub-functions, which is what we are used to in administration, finance, and so on, this kind of makes it very complex, and we deal with very old classifications that haven't been updated and provide a basis for a discussion that is not new, but it is new in terms of integration with a budgetary cycle. The second challenge, we still have a problem understanding what is a gender-responsive budget. And this difficulty starts when we look at the choice of names, the choice of the title of this seminar. In many states adopt the name women's budget, and this is a relevant aspect in discussing
aí,
the
quando a gente
topic.
vai, assim, botar a mão na
And
massa
when we
e produzir nossos relatórios, produzir nossos
start producing
documentos,
reports and
a gente começa
documents,
a se deparar que, às vezes, dentro
we
do mesmo
see
estado,
that
quando a gente
within the same
reúne
state,
conjunto de atores no estado, a
when
Secretaria da
we
Mulher
bring
junto com o Secretariado de
together
Planejamento, junto com a
players
Secretaria
such as
Jurídica
the
dos Executores,
Women's Secretariat, the
junto com a
Planning
Assembleia
Secretariat,
Legislativa, junto com
the
órgãos
Legislative
do Ministério Público
Assembly,
Estadual,
the
Defensoria
State
Pública
Prosecutor's
Estadual,
Office and
cada
Public Defense Office,
critica ou fala de algum
each
lugar.
one
Para alguns,
speaks from a different
parece
position.
vigorar o entendimento
For some,
típico que o orçamento é um
there's the
orçamento
typical
apartado, né?
understanding
Então, assim,
that
eu vou
the
reservar uma
budget
parte, aquela forma típica
is
de pensar um orçamento. Eu vou reservar
about
uma parte
reserving
para
a
chamar de
part
orçamento
or
da
a
mulher,
share
que é
and call
aquele
it women's
que
budget.
é executado da política
And
pública, que
that's
vai muito contra
what will
a
be
ideia da
used for
transversalidade.
the implementation of the public policy.
Outros
And that
seguem um
goes
caminho
against
marcado pelo orçamentário, que eu acho
cross-cuttingness.
que é mais o
Others
ponto convergente da discussão.
adopt the concept of
Embora exista
budgetary
muitas
marker.
divergências
Although
para
there is a
como de
lot of
fato
disagreement as
adotar,
regards how to adopt such a
aspecto que eu acho que
marker.
parece secundário, mas
And
que eu
a
gostaria de
secondary
ressaltar, eu
aspect,
acho que
which
a
I'd like to
própria
point
ideia
out,
de
is that
marcador orçamentário
the
e a
concept
própria
of
ideia de que
budgetary, the idea of a budgetary
replicação e
marker,
disseminação
and the replication and dissemination
sensíveis a gênero
of
acaba
gender
sendo
responsive
motor de
budgets
orientação para a ação governamental. Porque eu brinco
becomes
que
an engine, a
nossa discussão de
driver for
marcadores
government
significa
action.
vazia
Because
se não
the
tivesse
discussion about markers
né?
means
Se
nothing
a
if
política
there's nothing
pública
to
não
be
pensar
marked.
no recorte de
If
gênero, a nossa
there
discussão de
isn't
marcador
a
vai ser uma
gender
discussão
focus, the
pouco
discussion
estéril
of
entre
markers will be
planejadores,
sterile
engenheiros, fazendários, mas não vai, de alguma maneira,
and will
estimular
not
que a própria discussão seja apropriada pela política
stimulate
pública
the
feminina.
discussion and implementation in the shape of a public policy.
Problema que a gente se deparou
The
aqui no
third
estado,
problem
levantando
that we have in the
experiências de outras
state, raising the experiences
entidades
of
também,
other
essa
entities,
diferenciação típica entre
this typical
orçamentos
distinction
exclusivos e não
between
exclusivos,
exclusive and
que às
non-exclusive
vezes
budgets
geram um produto final bastante incômodo
generates
da gente ter um orçamento não exclusivo gigantesco,
uncomfortable
aparentemente
problem
gigantesco,
of a
e um orçamento
huge
exclusivo
budget
muito
and
pequeno,
an exclusive,
muito
very small
aquém
general
do
budget
que
and a
a
very
política
small
pública
exclusive
parece,
budget, very
merece,
much smaller than
com
what the public
consequências
policy
importantes,
deserves,
né? Qual é
with
a
significant
classificação que a gente usa
effects. What is the
de pesos
classification and weights that
para
we
atribuir
use
pesos para esse orçamento
to
não exclusivo,
attribute
né?
weights to the
Porque tem uma espécie
non-exclusive
de
budget? Because there is a
trade-off aí
kind of
entre
trade-off
usar uma
between
classificação
using
muito objetiva, por
a
exemplo,
very objective classification
pelo percentual da população, que
based
é
on, say,
defensável do ponto de vista
percentage
metodológico,
of
mas
the population, which
por
is
outro lado atribuir peso igual a políticas públicas muito
arguable on
diferentes.
the on one side,
E
but
caminhos, por exemplo, que
there
são
are
utilizados em alguns lugares
paths
de
that
você ter uma análise, não diria subjetiva, mas pouco
where
mais criteriosa, de estabelecer
analysis
né, de alto, médio,
is
baixo impacto
about
para esse orçamento não exclusivo, mas ao
establishing
mesmo tempo você
brackets,
acaba caindo numa dificuldade
but
manter
you
a
end up
comparabilidade da experiência do
having
estado
difficulty in maintaining the
com
comparability
outros, né, com
in
outros.
between
Então,
states.
eu diria que assim, o grande trunfo, né,
So
dos nossos sistemas típicos
the
de
triumph
acompanhamento
of
contábil
the
financeiro,
typical systems,
por mais, enfim, às vezes ultrapassado ou que a gente
even though
precise
they might be
atualizá-lo, o grande
old-fashioned
trunfo
and
dele
might
é a
need
comparabilidade,
updating,
né? É o fato de da
the
União
positive
até
aspect is
município falar a
comparability.
mesma linguagem,
So from the
e
federal
quando
level to the
agrega numa
municipality,
discussão
everyone
de
speaks the same
orçamento
language. And when we
sensível a gênero,
discuss
aspectos de
gender
comitês de
budgets
apuração que avaliam
and
critérios para se classificar por
verification
baixo impacto,
evaluation
a
committees
gente
to evaluate
ganha
impact,
muito
we
em qualidade da
gain
informação,
in
mas
quality of
corre o risco de
information,
perder
but we run the
em
risk of losing
comparabilidade. E aí,
in
enfim, são
comparability.
os custos
So these are the
benefícios
costs
de qual
and
caminho que a
benefits
gente
of what path,
vai adotar.
of the different paths that we might adopt.
O último desafio, enfim,
The
que
last
acho que
challenge,
pode parecer trivial, mas eu brinco que às vezes essas
which
coisas
might
moram nos
seem
detalhes, né?
trivial,
É a
but
combinação dos
the
nossos
devil is in the
sistemas de
details,
administração,
is the combination of
com as informações oriundas da gestão
the
de políticas públicas.
typical
Né?
administration and
Como é que eu
accounting
lido
execution
com
systems and
informações
the
da execução
information from
orçamentária,
specific
das classificações
public
programáticas,
policies,
com informações do ciclo da
information
política pública,
from
de cadastro de
the
beneficiários,
public
como é que eu
policy
faço essas
on
coisas
registration of
convergirem
beneficiaries, for instance, and how I get
dialogar.
this to
E
converge.
aí, assim, isso é muito comum nos entes subnacionais.
This is very common in the subnational entities.
Enorme dificuldade de
Sometimes
recolhimento e
we
organização
have a
de
hard time in collecting and organizing administrative data that can give us a more robust public policy. We have difficulties of making information compatible, information about different public policies, the way in which a certain information is collected in the area of education is different from what is done in the area of labor and other areas. This has improved a lot. The federal government converged towards a single registry with its cash transfer programs, but this is still a difficulty for us. How do we incorporate this into our reports, into our monitoring systems, and how can we integrate this using information technology? In Rio, we have a typical execution. We use typical systems, accounting systems, and we have a parallel monitoring process for these classifiers that are gradually incorporated, but they don't coexist yet. We don't have this coexistence between the systems and the reports. These four challenges involve questions that have not yet been answered. But in order to be more optimistic, in my conclusion, I think this discussion motivates some positive consequences. This is a positive aspect of the gender budgeting process. A pragmatic conclusion might be counterintuitive, but a discussion about the markers is a factor that can change the public policies. Why do we use markers if there's nothing to mark or label? The discussion about these markers motivates control agencies and budget agencies they have to promote a dialogue with the line secretariats, because we have to incorporate gender to the planning and execution cycle of public policies. I'll give you the example of Rio de Janeiro. Our housing policy can incorporate gender, and we have to think about the difference it makes to deliver a house to a woman as a head of a family or to a man as a head of a family. What are the implications to the public policies? If the housing policies don't think about this, we won't have any markers to collect the information. And this is relevant for public policies that have a low level of institutionalization. So they have to consider gender as the planning process, as part of the planning process. In the health public policies, we have to reflect about gender. And the healthcare area, education, social assistance, this is areas in which we have unified national systems. But when we talk about public policies for agriculture, for capacity building, we have less standardization. And then gender is not treated appropriately. This discussion is motivating greater concern about the topic. I talked about the combination of formal aspects with the budget functions and subfunctions. using direct selection mechanisms, bringing together a committee and directly selecting actions, attributing weights for exclusive actions. And the system using functions and sub-functions, maybe we can even review the system. It's a single marker. Usually we say that a public policy has to be this or that. This system doesn't create room for multiple classifications, distinguishing between primary and secondary markers. And finally, a joint discussion about good practices. And this seminar is an example of this practice. And this will be a driving force for comparability. If the discussion is purely methodological in nature, each entity will follow its own path. And the specific budgets of each of these entities may be adequate for their own realities, but we won't have the possibility of making comparisons, of comparing the federal government with the states and the municipalities. And I think that methodological standardization will emerge from this discussion about the good practices. And I think this seminar is an excellent initiative so that we can reach a consensus, and so that we can reach a system that can respond to these challenges. I wish I had the answers, but I don't. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm open for questions. Thank you, Rafael, for your considerations from Rio de Janeiro. Measuring the impacts, this is always present in our discussions. When we have specific policies, when we have cross-cutting policies, to know who we will reach, we have to get to know the population and the target audience and their demands. And this varies in each of the states because of several issues, social, economical issues, environmental problems. I'll pass the floor to Luciano Moura. He was watching us, and he will have to leave. And I think he will make some remarks about what was already mentioned by the panelists, and he asked us to anticipate his presentation. Luciano, are you still here?
Oi, Luciano. Boa tarde.
Hi, Luciano. Good afternoon.
Obrigado, Luísa.
Thank you, Luísa. Thank you, Luciene, for this panel. I have another meeting at 5, and that's why I wouldn't be able to be here until the end of the panel. What I had to say concerning the topic being debated and concerning the federal government, I work in the Federal Treasury Department with accounting. And in CIAFI, we have all of the markers that Glaucio presented. We have these markers are replicated in CIAFI so that we can monitor the budget execution. The only thing I have to say is that whatever is defined, because we're still debating this, whatever the path that is set, once we define the markers, once we delineate the part of the budget that we will monitor more closely, and also the other actions that Glaucio mentioned, whatever is defined in terms of markers, we're capable of implementing that in CIAFI so that this can be properly monitored. If these are new markers, obviously this doesn't happen automatically. We need to develop systems in order to implement that. We have to adapt our system but existing markers can be expanded, and we can use them more broadly and more comprehensively. And the implementation is automatic in this case. That's what I had to say. I only wanted to emphasize that that's possible, that we can monitor that in the budget execution process depending on the path that we pursue. It can happen automatically if we use pre-existing markers, or maybe we would have to develop new markers. We would have to improve the system. But this can be done so that we can actually monitor these new markers. Thank you, Luisa. That's what I had to say. Thank you, Luciano. Right after that, we'll hear from the other Rafael Gomes Lima. He's head auditor of the unit that specializes on budget, taxation, and fiscal management in the Court of Audit. Rafael, are you there? Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Can you see it? Not yet.
Agora sim.
Yes, now we see it.
Bom, primeiramente eu gostaria de
First of all,
agradecer
I'd like to thank the organizers of the event, the Prosecution Service, Audit TCU, for this invitation, and I'd like to congratulate you on this initiative because it's a brilliant initiative.
Nem diria só orçamento sensível a gênero, né? Mas a
Equity,
equidade de gênero é uma pauta.
gender equity and equality is a very important agenda, not only in Brazil, but all over the world. This is a very good forum to focus on the topic. I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'd like to greet my fellow panelists. We have several experts here with us, and I'm the outlier because here we have managers, and I'm on the side of control. So it's a different perspective that I'll try to give you. It's different from that of my colleagues, but some of the points that I will mention were already addressed, and I'll try to skip over them. I won't repeat them so that we can be more dynamic in our session. I'll talk about budget markers from the perspective of external control. Let me move to the next slide. Gender responsive budgeting and the role of external control. We could list several competences of external control in terms of monitoring the budget for gender equality policies, but I tried to list the three main points, which I consider the most important for gender budgeting. The first one is the traditional control perspective, which is to examine compliance of the budgets and the execution of the resources. Everything that is included in the annual budget law and everything that is executed by the ministries. Another very important point is to induce transparency. The Court of Accounts has worked a lot to promote the transparency of the resources. So the court has been working with different budget items, especially the ones that are executed in a decentralized manner by the states and the municipalities. These are resources from the federal government sometimes, so the court has been focusing on transparency a lot. And in gender budgeting, this is even more evident. There's a need for transparency so that the beneficiaries can see themselves in the budget. So it's a very important aspect, and this fosters social control. This is what I'll show you. Finally, we want to guarantee that these resources will actually fulfill their transformative role. As Rafael said,
esse recurso tem que estar, tem que
this
existir,
resource
né?
has to exist.
Esse recurso,
And once it exists, it has to induce change and transformations. It has to change the current scenario.
So at the Court of Accounts, from a budget perspective, we are going to work on these three fronts: compliance, transparency, and effectiveness of the public policy.
Bom, eu trouxe aqui, né, acórdão, né, sobre trabalho que nós
This is a decision
na nossa unidade especializada em
on
orçamento,
work that we did here at our specialized unit on the monitoring of the federal PPA from 2004 to 2007. So we did this evaluation, this review last year to show you that the TCU is already working and fostering gender equity. So we have here a recommendation where the TCU recommends that the Ministry of Planning and the Office of the Presidency institute a monitoring plan specific for cross-cutting agendas, with the detailing of roles and responsibilities and bodies involved. In other words, the governance of the public policies to ensure effective policy implementation.
Nos marcadores aqui, eu vou falar marcadores.
Regarding the markers, I'm going to speak about markers in general, not only budgetary, but also accounting markers.
Mas eu considero que esses marcadores
I
são essenciais
consider these markers as crucial
instrumentos
tools
essenciais ao exercício do controle.
for exercising control.
Eles não são fins em si
Obviously, they are not ends in themselves. They are managerial instruments that allow verifying the amounts that have been allocated, the effectiveness of the policy. And so the first point regarding external control is to identify exactly what amount is being allocated to a given public policy, especially as regards promotion of gender equity. The second aspect is supervision or scrutiny. How can an audit body inspect or control if or play its auditing role? And so we are able to track the markers to check whether the resources have been applied efficiently and according to the objectives established by the government. In measuring the efficacy of public policies, we are able to verify whether the public policies have reached purpose that they were designed to reach, and this is related to another aspect. Budgetary markers are essential and even more so than external control. They are very important for social control or social scrutiny. This is a very important complement for administrative and judicial control because audit bodies don't have the capacity, the institutional capacity to send auditors to all corners of the country. So society needs to have awareness regarding the application of public resources. And so these markers are essential so that we can have access to information, and the population in general needs to be aware of what is being applied and how and where. And we have, as a consequence, the rendering of account by the authorities. And so this dimension is very important. Budgetary markers are crucial instruments for the achievement of these objectives.
Primeiramente aqui, né, eu vou trazer alguns avanços, mas também vou trazer os
I'm going
desafios.
to present some advances and some challenges. Glaucio and Rafael
were very fortunate in their presentations. In terms of markers, we have difficulty establishing good budgetary markers. That's a challenge, but the executive branch has advanced. So here we have the example of the PLOA 2025, and in the citizen budget, there's a very interesting document published by the executive where we can identify the amounts allocated to the cross-cutting women's agenda, 14 billion, of which 270 million are for exclusive expenditures and 13.8 billion for non-exclusive expenditures. So the executive also determines which bodies are responsible for the execution of these amounts in the exclusive actions and respective budgetary actions. This is a major step. The LDOs since 2001 have been establishing the obligation to produce a report on gender equity policies. The 2024-2027 PPA also has advanced significantly in terms of 5 main agendas, including the women's agenda. Another aspect that is very important is the budget portal, the COP, providing public access. So with just two clicks, I was able to verify the cross-cutting agendas. A citizen who is accessing this without need for a password or anything, citizens can see how much of the budget is allocated to women, to racial equality policies. And so this is a good practice that is being disseminated, and the executive branch is on the right path. Lastly, my presentation is brief, but focusing on transparency and scrutiny and control. So we have challenges and opportunities to improve. The first point, which is a consensus, is the improvement of methodologies. Brazil, in a recent past, has started to adopt markers for gender equity policies, but it's not easy. It's difficult because of the subject itself and also due to the federative arrangement in Brazil. Rafael mentioned an important aspect, which is how am I going to compare the federal expenditure on gendered policies and states' expenditures? That's an interesting aspect. So improving methodologies is very important, and also their standardization for all states, municipalities, all of them adopting the same classification with a view to ensuring comparability and historical comparisons as well, so that we can keep track of how the budget is being allocated to these policies. It's also interesting to look at successful cases such as Ecuador's, other countries that are more advanced on this topic, so that we can improve. As a consequence of such improvement, a second step is standardization of the markers in structuring systems, such as the CIAF. I know it's a challenge. There's the issue of being more binary, either or. We are not used to certain actions that might cover several sectors. And so we need these structuring systems to reflect such markers, because markers and methodologies are often restricted to the sector body or the central budget body, but it's important to have several markers in the budget. Glaucio addressed the markers in the federal budget, but after improving methodologies, we need to think of structuring this, for instance, in the CIAF.
a consequence of the structuring, having this in structuring systems is the provision of metadata with an appropriate degree of detailing, generating in open data all the amounts, all the budgets, everything that's been planned and allocated and liquidated and paid to what beneficiaries, all this, so that we can ensure comparability for use by academia, by audit bodies, and especially for society. So we are headed in the right direction, and this forum, this event, this 1 week event with several aspects from all the different areas working on the topic, is about generating new ideas, looking at how states and municipalities are addressing the issue so that we can advance in policies and markers and ultimately change reality and reduce and eliminate gender inequalities. Thank you. On behalf of TCU, congratulations once again on organizing this excellent event, and I remain available for questions and discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Rafael, for your presentation and showing us how TCU takes into account these issues, and also for us to work on a gendered budget. How many issues beyond legislation and budgetary legislation, adaptation of systems, surveying of data in all the states, in order to establish efficient public policies? I also work with civil society, and because of the survey of real demands in each of the states. Giovana, I will give you the floor directly for your presentation. Good afternoon, Luisa. Good afternoon to everyone who is watching us. I'm very thankful for the invitation. Congratulations on the organizers of this week on gendered budgeting. It's important to have the participation and engagement of the higher school of the prosecutor's office. And being last is, on the one hand, a disadvantage because everyone is tired. On the other hand, we can comment on previous presentations and even improve or reinforce certain insights, starting in a more structured way. When I started thinking about markers, the first thing is to think of goals. What are the goals? Ensure transparency, identify priorities, and guarantee that the budget will contribute to reduce inequalities and promote equity in a comparable manner and in a consolidated and aggregated way. So this was the first thought that I had regarding goals, priorities, reduction of inequalities, comparability. After that, and based on that, we started thinking about the depth of markers, where and how we would include this in the municipalities' budgets. I am finance secretary for Salvador. President, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce you. Yes, I'm president of the Forum of Finance Secretaries in cities with over 80,000 inhabitants, and in Niterói also, which is very different from Salvador in terms of financial management, economic and social characteristics. So I was thinking, first, there is an advantage in discussing the issue and bringing
the public policy closer to financial management. And the closer we are to the public policy, the more we see the isolation of financial and financial administration. And so the first advantage is to bring together the policy, the results, the goals closer to financial and budgetary administration. So we started thinking in Salvador and thought of COVID. We used the markers, for instance, in COVID. We had to identify expenditures related to COVID. So I divided the markers in two groups because they have different purposes and methodologies. So those that do not fit into multi-sectorality, I called it almost a labeling. We label the expenditure. It could be called the primary expenditure on gender. And so this labeling is useful in starting a discussion.
But it doesn't show us the most important thing, which is the intention of the policy when it's created. The marker, differently from the label, it has to be present in all of the stages of management. So it incorporates the design of the policy, the intention of the policy, so that we can actually incorporate that goal. We're talking about gender, but this refers to race, to ethnicity, to several other topics. So this expanded approach for the markers, it evolves. We have an evolution in the markers. We would start by labeling, and after that, we would advance and we would incorporate new markers. I'm talking about this, especially from the perspective of Salvador. We started using racial markers for the first time. Salvador is the city with the greatest number of Black individuals. 49% are mixed race and 30% is self-classifies as Black. If we classify these policies based on the target audience, the expenses would be very high. The separation of racial policies and non-racial policies would not allow us to properly assess these policies. That's why we have to include intention. There has to be an intention to reduce inequalities. And I thought about these criteria. What will we actually label as gender or race when we're analyzing a public policy? Because we have a challenge. Sometimes you have such a large population with those characteristics. Gender in Salvador represents 54% of the population. So how will you isolate a policy with that purpose, with the purpose of promoting equality? And there's a material, a manual that was produced by Foundation T. de Setúbal about gender budgeting, and it asks some questions. When you prepare a policy, when you design it, why is this important? Because the criteria have to be standardized. Not the themes, but the process of creating a marker has to be uniform. It has to be generalized. So you have some guiding questions, and they were prepared in this manual. First, we have to make a decision about the policy. Men and women participate in an equal proportion in the design of the policy or not. Some of these groups, men, women, white population, Black population, do some groups need the policy more than others, or is it universal in its implementation? Do any of these groups have difficulty of accessing these policies because of situation of vulnerability. So here we identify the vulnerability and difficulty of access. And lastly, are there stereotyped groups, discriminated groups in terms of access to these policies? So even if you don't have a menu of policies, at least you have a menu to build a policy. And what's most interesting, this can update the design of the policy. We don't have to wait until the end. When you're designing the policy, you already have a perspective of where you will allocate the resources and what you will tag as a priority based on a method. After that, I started looking at the municipalities. I wanted to raise some issues. I know that we're a bit delayed in our time, but I have to remind you of these issues. First, this approximation between budget and financial management, approximation to the public policies. The municipalities, they implement the public policies. They collect the waste. They have to provide food at the schools. They have to promote entrepreneurship. They have to promote labor opportunities. These are strong public policies. So we have to bring the budget closer to that reality. And Glaucio talked about the details in the budget, how you can depict this reality in the budget. But at the same time, you have to have flexibility. And that's very important. We can't operate if we're too tied up. When I was brainstorming with my team, and we have a team with over 40 people in the accounting department, Salvador was the second best city in terms of accounting. So we're very proud of that. But they said, Secretary, we can't work if we're too tied up. So we have to have the details, but without jeopardizing flexibility, because if not, at the end of the day, you'll have an inefficient public policy. You won't have an impact in the population. And this is an interesting detail. Something else that I brought is the risk of increasing public expenditures. From the beginning, we're saying gender budgeting is not related to an increase in expenditures. We're identifying the priorities so that we can monitor them, so that we can give greater transparency to the budget. But once we formulate a budget, and once we have to answer these questions, are there any groups that are excluded because of their vulnerability? So I have to reach these groups. I have to rescue these vulnerable groups. These can be groups that are vulnerable because of race, of gender, sexual orientation. In any case, the state has to rescue these people. And if these people are excluded, we have to implement some type of change so that we can reach these populations. So we should reflect about the way in which the public policies are being implemented so that we can actually promote equality. And there is a risk of increasing public expenditures. So we do have to rescue and we do have to promote change, but at the same time, we will identify roles that would have to be fulfilled by the state so that we can guarantee more autonomy, freedom, so that women can enter the labor force, so that we can empower women. Many women have to stay at home taking care of their kids, and they can't work. They can't have jobs. That's incompatible with a job because they work in the informal market several times, these women. The proportion of women in the informal labor market is greater than men. So the state has to invest in daycare centers. They have to increase expenditures with daycare centers, because we see that we have to invest in this so that you can generate a transformation. So there is a risk of increasing expenditures, because at the end of the day, we will have to change our priorities so that we can reduce these inequalities, because at the end of the day, that's our goal. Something else that is important when we talk about municipalities is that our municipalities are very heterogeneous.
Muito adensados e áreas menores.
We have municipalities with a high populational density. We're talking about municipalities that are the size of countries but are in the middle of a forest. We're also talking about municipalities that are more rural or urban, but they're very heterogeneous. And this has an impact in the result of the policy. Transportation for children to go to school, roads, so you can have access to a quilombola community. So how are you going to embed race in a budget item when you're building a road? You have to integrate that community. So bus lines, because there you have women that work with textiles and are seamstresses in that city. So it's very, very heterogeneous. These criteria are very important for the markers. So I wanted to talk about this, about the heterogeneous nature of our municipalities. And I also want to talk about the institutional capacity of the municipalities to deal with the budget. The survey done by Firjan in 2019 showed us that out of the 5,600 municipalities, 1,800 don't collect enough taxes to pay for their own administrative structure. 3,068 municipalities only collect enough to cover these administrative expenses. So when we're talking about budget management, when we're talking about a structure for this, we're talking about, although we have a reasonable amount of people, but we have a small number of municipalities. So we are designing policies, and we have very heterogeneous competences. So I have 2 staff members in a certain department. Some places have no staff whatsoever. Some people are in charge of everything in some smaller municipalities. So we have to consider the level of sophistication. If the objective is to integrate all of this in a larger budget, so we have to consider the priorities to reduce these inequalities. People are not used to the public policy sometimes. I think Rafael said this before. If you work in this area, you know about it. But sometimes people don't understand what the budget is. What is the nature of a public policy? How will you establish a marker for that in the budget? And sometimes things come from the departments in the wrong way. So we have to train the staff, and you have to explain the purpose of these policies. And this is the point that Luciano mentioned. He's no longer here, but once you compare, once you monitor, once you control, both social control and external control, we need to coordinate all of this. And SPM does this. We have this type of coordination for other types of records. SPM is used to produce rules, norms, systems, so that we can record everything. So we need to have a coordination,
dentro das
And
possibilidades,
this has to be done according to our possibilities, taking into consideration everything I already said. But without a general coordination, we can't compare anything. I can't compare a policy from Salvador with a policy from Mato Grosso, and even the values can't be compared because we're not considering the same markers. The criteria were not standardized. We didn't coordinate everything so that we could actually compare the policies. So the STN has an important role in coordination. And when we reflect about all of these aspects, just to conclude, I'd like to reflect and say that now probably we are mature enough to start this marking process, this labeling process when we look at the budget. But we shouldn't lose the opportunity of creating processes.
Now, say this policy is a gender policy, or this is a race policy. We use the marking systems as a pretext to discuss the formulation of policies and discuss the mainstreaming of cross-cutting variables in the policy so that we can detail the policy based on cross-cutting variables. And so perhaps the process this moment is more feasible than simply an effective marker for all municipalities. But since there is already a possibility of the labeling that I mentioned and the beginning of a focus on these aspects, within a process of maturity, evolution, integration of the results of policies and the budgetary and financial system, we can advance a lot. No doubt, it's an essential public policy tool for promoting public actions to promote equity. So this is what I had to say. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Giovanna. Very important participation because of the vision of the municipalities. When we look at Brazil, we know that the federation is very asymmetrical. Municipalities are hugely heterogeneous, even in the same region, and especially when we consider the different biomes and regions and all the consequences of what we are experiencing today in terms of climate emergencies, we see that the need for different solutions and the importance of diagnosis, because public policies cannot be implemented without diagnosis and without a measurement of the effects. We have some questions from the chat. I will make a round of, you will have a round for your final remarks, and I will, Claudinei, are you with us? Capistrano, are you with us? Rafael, there are some comments here for you, directed to you. Question is, the FICA in the state, are the standards defined by the union, and is there a structure for different markers by gender, race, climate, childhood?
Rafael, sou eu, né? Rafael Abreu.
Yes, Rafael Abreu, right? Yeah.
Não, então, isso é uma das dificuldades, né?
This is one of the difficulties.
O nosso CIAF aqui no estado.
Our CIAF in the state.
Questões do dia a dia, né? Ele é feito por uma empresa terceirizada.
This is done by an outsourced company. You need to alter. Alterations of the system are not as quick as our need to produce information, and there are management issues between the finance and planning secretaries. And so we identified, without having it as a goal to mainstream, that the mainstreaming and production, in order to integrate, include this
we would delay in the work in working with these markers. And so we make this compatible with the markers and we make it available on the transparency portal and open data. Rafael, Lima, and Giovanna are still with us, right? Your final remarks, please. And then we will give the floor back to Raquel to conclude the afternoon. Once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Transmitir a ideia de que o TCU ele está
The
empenhado
TCU is committed to promote
as políticas públicas que
public
servirão à
policies
equidade de gênero, do ponto de vista orçamentário.
for gender equity. From a budgetary point of view, we are
momento, aspecto que assim que a gente precisa parar, refletir,
at a time when we need to stop, think, and establish appropriate methodologies and see what we want to reach. The initiatives at the federal level are very welcome. This demands time. Sometimes activities overlap and are not prioritized.
Governantes, eu acho que isso também deve estar consignado,
by
principalmente
authorities, but the directives in the general law of finances, which hasn't been edited yet, should be included in the federal constitution and other actions that are very valuable. And so the future law, there are some bills being analyzed by the Congress, and also the Ministry of Planning is creating a new version of the law that will replace the law 4320, so that this will be enshrined in a complementary law, improving methodologies and ensuring comparability of the different levels
Então, eu
of
acho
the
que
country.
nesse sentido, mais uma vez, eu acho que esse fórum
So once
aqui,
again,
ele é muito adequado
this
para essas
forum
reflexões e também
is
para a
very
gente
appropriate
depois
for
práticas, né? Como a
these
gente verificou,
discussions and also for sharing good practices.
né, que trouxe a experiência do Equador
Our
bastante
colleague from
exitosa.
Ecuador
Temos aqui os colegas dos estados,
spoke
né?
about a
E a
very
Giovana,
successful
esposa do
experience,
colega
and
aqui de
colleagues
trabalho,
from the
né,
States,
Roberto,
Giovanna, who is married to one of my colleagues here, Roberto.
entre os
Send him my regards.
6 entes
So
da
the
federação, né, as 6
synergy
esferas da federação,
between
é
the
muito
three
importante para a gente
levels of
poder,
the federation is very important
aprimorar, né, e ter
for
como
us to
piloto as políticas de
improve
equidade de gênero e transmitir para os
and
demais
pilot
países,
the
né? Nós temos muitos
gendered
programas no nosso país e eu acho
budget all over the
que uma
country, and
política
so
pública de equidade de
and
gênero
expand
também
it all over the
é ser
country. So a
indutor
public
das demais
policy,
políticas também, sendo
such a public
tem sucesso,
policy
ser indutor de
to
outras
promote
políticas
gender
também tão relevantes.
equality can induce other
Muito
important
obrigado.
policies.
Uma
Thank you.
boa tarde aos colegas aqui da mesa.
Good afternoon to
Boa
all
tarde,
of you
pessoal do Ministério Público.
and to
Obrigado mais uma
everyone.
vez.
Thank you.
Rafael. Giovana?
Giovanna.
É uma grande oportunidade, é uma
It's a
grande
great
oportunidade de
opportunity
aproximar o resultado das
to
políticas da
bring
gestão
the
orçamentária
results
financeira.
of public
É
policies
mote
closer
valoroso,
to financial
é
and
mote
budgetary
atual,
administration.
que tem aí
It's a
correspondências
valuable
tanto do
effort,
ponto de vista dos valores da sociedade, quanto da
both in terms
economia,
of
enfim.
the economy
Então,
and
realmente, acho
society,
que essa oportunidade de
social
avaliar
aspirations,
política
and
cada
so
vez mais
the
próxima
opportunity
da
to
gestão orçamentária e financeira
bring public
deve
policy
ser aí
closer
valorizada.
to
Iniciativas como essa que,
budgetary
claro,
and financial management is
avançarem
all these
no
efforts need to
início
be
elas parecem
valued.
estar muito
In
perdidas,
the
mas a
beginning,
gente tem que começar a fazer de algum jeito e depois você
it's
vai
difficult, but
melhorando,
we
vai
have to
acrescentando,
start.
depois você
We will
agrega.
improve, we
Então, o
will
importante
add.
realmente é a gente
So
começar.
it's
Então, muito
important to
obrigada a todos e
start.
boa noite.
Thank you,
Obrigada,
and
Giovana,
good
pela sua
evening to you all.
participação e pelo seu entusiasmo
Thank you
também.
for your
Eu acho que
enthusiasm
nesses
also
temas,
in
on these topics. It's important to have enthusiasm. Raquel. Thank you, Luisa. I was not present for all the presentations. I did remain for many of the discussions. It's important to have a starting point. We have a whole week with several conferences and panels, even thinking of the structural topics and sectoral topics. And I would like to thank all our colleagues who were unable to remain, those who remained until the end. I know how difficult it is, considering your busy agendas, your busy schedules. Some had to leave, but Dolores also, who brought the experience of Ecuador, Luisa, mediator of the event. Tomorrow we'll be back, let me check, at 10 o'clock with another conference, international conference. We have 2 speakers and a panel in the afternoon. We will organize all the materials and make them available so that you can look them up in more detail and attention. Until a short while ago, in 2000, when we started talking about budgets, we've reached 2025. We're talking about gendered budgets. So thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you again, Luisa, for collaborating with us. To all of you watching, good evening and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good evening.
Boa noite, pessoal.
Tchau, pessoal. Um abraço.